keep to time and try and make sure that today is what it is. It's going to be a real success and a regeneration of research in the Northwest Province and research collaborations in the Northwest Province. This is the first time the Faculty of Health Sciences has held a research day for one of the districts, and it's really great to develop this relationship even further with the province so that we can work, and by our work as university staff is create knowledge and that is relevant to the community around us. And the most relevant community in terms of health sciences, the Faculty of Health Sciences obviously is the Department of Health, and this is the Department of Health Dr. Kenneth Kaunda District Research Day. Before, there used to be these research days in each of the districts, and it culminated in a provincial research day. And it's something that the university could think of to coordinate better, because the university also has its Northwest University, not the Faculty of Health Sciences Research Day, so it could combine the research activities within the province and have quite a big event. I think you've all seen there is Wi-Fi and for guests, and the password is lowercase accountability. If you've come this far, the spelling should be okay for you. The bathrooms, just as general housekeeping, are, if you're facing up the stairs, tend to be on the right-hand side, and I think there are some upstairs as well. I was told there's a selfie frame. Whereas the selfie frame will be downstairs, and you can record it as a memory. And all the presentations, hopefully, will be on YouTube, downloadable within about 2 weeks. There are 2 tours that have been arranged in the off time. One is with the Hypertension for Africa Research team, is that it? Heart. And the other one is the Center for Pharmaceutical and Biomedical Services. If you got an interest in any of those, put your name on the list, which is on the front counter, and you can have a look around those two entities. Now, to start the program, I don't know. I was given my first job. I was told, no, there's going to be a mob singing, a mob choir event, and then you've got to get everyone up here by 9 o'clock. That was my first job, and I failed already. So and I think that's how we learn in life. If we don't fail, we can't learn. And I thought that failure was worth it. To hear that song and that voice to start the day really made a difference. And I think in starting, let's just spend a few moments in silence by yourselves, taking a few breaths in and out, and connect with yourself. And just think about today, how you'd like today to pan out, and what possibilities today will have. So just for a moment, close your eyes and take a deep breath in and out. And in and out. We'll do only 3, and in and out. And cell phones off with that last note. It's really great to have our guests sitting here sitting here in the front this morning, and hopefully it's a start of really building this research capability within the province. And I'm looking to that with the eye on the Northwest University's plan for a medical school. And you'll see, and hopefully the presentations today will give you an idea of what we have already got. This is what we've got, and this is what we can build on. And we've recently done a benchmarking visit to Nelson Mandela University. It's recently opened as a medical school in Port Elizabeth. And Stellenbosch, both have got rural distance learning medical schools. And having visited them and seeing what we've got, I can see that it's definitely possible. The Northwest University Medical School is a definite possibility. It's getting closer and closer. People have heard about it for years, but I think the effort and the coordination post-COVID is going to get a result quite soon. And without further ado, I'd like to start off by introducing on our panel Prof. Avi Kotza. He's Executive Dean of the Faculty of Health Sciences. He's my boss, so even today I'm the dictator and I can tell him when he must come up and speak. It's a rare opportunity. His research focuses on optimization of drug delivery, especially protein and peptide drugs, which have involved antimalarial compounds and drug delivery, spheroid patent drug delivery systems. He has supervised several postgraduate students and is co-author and authored numerous papers in peer-reviewed journals and in book chapters, and I believe author of a few patents as well. So, Prof. Avi, you're really welcome to come and open today to start the platform for working together in research within the province, with the university, with the province, and with partners. I think it's a brilliant platform from which we can restart the research era. And within the university, human research ethics is extremely important, and we're making quite a large effort to assist the province in the ethical conduct of research. So, Prof. Avi, the floor is yours. I think that mic is there.
Yes, indeed. Thank you, Prof. Andrew. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Goeiemôre, dames en here. Tumela, dis heeltemal te stil. It's totally too quiet. That makes me very nervous. As usual, Prof. Andrew has told you some things of my past. You know, that has happened many years back. That research, I'm already a dean for 10 years, so past my expiry date, just feeling like the local ATM for the faculty. But it's really a pleasure to be part of this event today. So welcome to this 2022 Dr. Kenneth Kaunda District Research Day. The theme of this event is Unmasked Research-4-Health. And indeed, this is the first face-to-face event that the Department of Health and the district probably held since the start of a COVID-19 pandemic, and also in the so-called post-COVID-19 era. As I've mentioned, I'm the Executive Dean of a faculty for probably too long, according to some of the staff members. But it remains an honor to be part of the opening of every event and ceremony and conference that the faculty is involved with. It is the first time that the Northwest University Faculty of Health Science co-host this event with Kenneth Kaunda district, and we are really pleased and privileged that you reach out to us to form part of this event, and I sincerely hope that it will be the first of many to come in future, and that we can form a long-lasting collaboration. I wish to welcome also the special guest from the district, and they are sitting there. Next to me was Prof. Bino Luke, and Prof. Bino, if I'm correct, you are the clinical lead in the province. That's one of your titles. Next to him is Mrs. Tanya Nielsen from the Orem Institute, and thank you, Tanya. I think that you are one of the sponsors of the day. And then we have Prof. Pumla from WITS as one of our keynote speakers here. She's a family physician. Thank you for coming to us. We are glad to have you here. And Prof. Varihara has just moved out, but he's a gentleman which was sitting next to Prof. Andrew. So one of the good things that you have seen from Prof. Andrew, that there's life after you work for the Department of Health. As they retire on 60, then you come to the university and we give you a job here. And they grow nice long hair and they get young again, they get energized and energetic. So, and I don't want to steal away all the people of the department, but we are always looking, we can learn such a lot from the people who have been in the public sector in the province. Welcome also to all the dedicated health professionals that share today with us their most recent research outputs within our own district and the larger Northwest province. Welcome also to the health science faculty. I see some staff members and some postgraduate students that will attend the day. I know it's a busy time of the year for our staff members and also for students, as it's exam times and marking times. It's a great privilege to co-host this research day for many reasons. And first, because we are one university with our 3 campuses, and the 2 largest campuses is in one province. We are the Northwest University, and we are situated in the Northwest University. And the vast majority, by far the vast majority, 95% plus of our research is conducted within this province. Secondly, we are now more than ever working hand in hand with the Northwest Department of Health and the provincial government to establish the Northwest University Medical School, and hopefully that will be a reality one day, soon, we are not sure, but that's up to most probably Treasury who will dictate that decision. And thirdly, the COVID-19 pandemic has just confirmed that interdisciplinary and transdisciplinary collaboration and co-creation are essential for building resilience of our health system in order to obtain effective and quality health for all. Because we acknowledge the growing importance also of sustainability in health, we aim to present today with as little as possible carbon footprint. That is why you will find that the program is not in a printed format, but only available electronically, and the rest of the things are, everything will be digital, and even all the eating packages and utensils today will be biodegradable. So that's just a small thing that we as a faculty can also do to contribute to saving our world. The Faculty of Health Sciences is actively engaged in promoting and improving the health of the province. And I think we are probably one of the best kept secrets. We are not good at selling ourselves. We never were. And we slowly are getting into the change to do that. But we make an impact in the province and in South Africa and the world. And we do this through education, research, services, and community involvement. There will be a tour later today to the Center for Pharmaceutical and Biomedical Services, which is only a total external funded entity, so they are not paid by the university who serves the pharmaceutical industry in the country for mainly in the quality insurance business, our World Health Organization qualifying lab, and has a long list of credentials, so make use of opportunity. But we are also doing some good work in the field of hypertension, and there will be a tour to their hypertension clinic also, but so are there lots of fancy things that we can show you, which we don't have time today, but make use of that opportunity. The scope of work of a faculty ranges from state-of-the-art technologies to hands-on interventions in communities. We are hosting, and that's not general knowledge, the SAVAC project, that's a South African Vaccine Combination Project, and that's apart from the national project which is run by DSI with Afrigen and a lot of other consortium members, where our preclinical drug development platform are the preferred partner for the in vivo testing in small animals. But we run our own vaccine combination project, of which I can't give too much detail. And this is a joint project to improve training and development and to build capacity and research in our environment and also in vaccine development. Health Sciences is the second largest faculty of new Northwest University after the unitary structure was formed in 2017. We were always the biggest of 15 faculties, but now we are the second biggest faculty with more than 100 health-related projects that are reported in the Northwest Province alone in 2021. And from this, it must be clear that the footprint of a faculty is tangible in the province. Our fields of study in the faculty include biokinetics, kinderkinetics, psychosocial health, physiology, nursing, pharmacy. Maikeng, Potchefstroom and Van der Bijl Park has a footprint of a faculty, the largest one of course here in Potchefstroom. And we accommodate 5 huge undergraduate schools and 10 research entities where we have specific focuses. And then we have also 3 specialized entities, a hosted national platform, a commercial platform, and a service delivery platform. We have nearly 6,000 undergraduate students, around 800 postgraduate students, and we offer about 22 programs. We are operationalized by around 650 staff members, and this is, of course, our biggest asset in the faculty, of which we are very proud. I think there's a couple of slides that we can go to. I already see I've mentioned that, but there on that one you can see, and I think there's a laser on this thing. Don't worry about the laser, but there you can see the research entities, and I'm not going to spend some time, but you can see we host an extramural MRC unit. We've got the Albertina Sisulu chair in nursing. There were only 2 chairs in nursing, and the first one was for Albertina Sisulu chair. We've got the DSI, Department of Science and Innovation, preclinical drug development platform here. And then there's a couple of university-tiered research entities. Now, we've got a system where we group them. You start as a niche area, and there are 2 of them, and then you become a research focus area when you are able to have X amount of outputs in terms of masters, doctorates, publications, external funding that you bring in. And if you become better, you become a research unit, and there's one. And then on the top, the university has 5 centers of excellence, of which the Faculty of Health Sciences are proud that they host 3 of them, and the names are there. So that's just for information services. Let me just quickly, okay, I'm on the right slide. They are just, and this is not at all a list. What can we do? We are busy with 3D cell culture. So yes, we can go screen, we can grow livers and all these type of things here. We can do bioprinting. I'm still involved in some research, and my newest research, I'm involved in the bioprinting cancer. We have state-of-the-art flow cytometry, actually 3 apparatuses in the country. I think the newest one is also situated here. We have confocal laser microscopy, and I think it's lower down the list, yeah, the Zeiss confocal. So the Aeriscan 2 detector is the only one in Africa. It's a piece of equipment which is highly expensive, but it's a national asset, and it's there for the use of anyone, and also for our researchers in the province and the clinicians in the province. Oh, okay. Right. I see a monitor in front. So there you see, I hope you were able to follow me while I was looking at the slides. So most of you were. Right, that's why I said I've reached expiry date. Just a joke, I don't think so personally, but I have to make believe some people so. But there's a list of these, some of the things, and if you even go down in this building, you will be amazed to see what is housed below this floor. You won't believe what you will see. If I look at the next slide, and I'm just going to talk a little bit about 3 entities, and this is not the schools, and this is not the research entities. Going to show you a little bit about the DSI, Northwest University Preclinical Drug Development Platform, and this is only a bird's eye view of some of the things that they can do. They can do toxicity evaluations, drug metabolism and pharmacokinetics, efficacy studies. They've got highly specialized animal models. They can do xenografts. They are working with humanized mice models, and this is one of the strong points. They've got infection models, bioanalysis. So we have a capacity, and I don't want to say that too hard, and I don't say that frequency, for 15,000 mice. But we don't keep so many at one time, so rest assured for everyone who wants to, but it's highly regulated, and we've got, of course, ALAC accreditation, and we are GLP compliant with ALAC and all these other certifications that needs to be there. So we are ready to do testing also for vaccine development, especially for the preclinical and testing phases for that. And there you can see that they are part of the SAM RNA Vaccine Consortium, or SAMVAC as the preferred testing site for what are supposed to come forth from that. Then just some ideas about the Center of Pharmaceutical and Biomedical Services, and you're going to visit it later today. They form actually 3 divisions: the Research Institute for Industrial Pharmacy, which incorporate the Center for Quality Assurance of Medicines. So we know it as RIPSENQUAM, and all of these things are trademarked. I'm not going to read what is standing there, except that I can tell you that they are WHO pre-qualified, NEPA qualified center, that they are a reference centrum also for the World Health Organization. So they are very strong, they are very good in what they do. And of course, they've got all the ISOs, and not only the normal 9001 against their name. They also have a clinical pharmacokinetic laboratory, and we are in the process of transforming that and in a new entity that we call BioServe, where we will focus on biosimilars, because that's probably the way to go. And then we still have a cosmetic efficacy laboratory, which is active if people wish. It's unfortunately not policed strong enough by SAPRA, but we can do the testing for people there. Then, and I'm near the end, I think this will be just some of the Center of Pharmaceutical and Biomedical Services pedigree, so you will have access to this, so I'm not going to go through that again. Then we've got the other, that I think the newest one that we can take cognizance of is the fact that SASCOC in South Africa, with their 26 Olympic sports, has given them the contract for the next 2 Olympic cycles till 2028 to form the optimum performance group for the country with different role players. So we will lead that, and the whole purpose of that is that we must ensure through that South Africa win more medals, because I think we are not doing our level best at when we are international competitions. And then, of course, we've got satellites also of these, and the first one is at the South Africa Hospital in Pretoria, and they will build a new building for us. There we've got a pediatric neurologist, we've got speech therapist, clinical psychologist there, and a couple of other specialists are also joining there in very specialized work, which of course assists patients there. And we would like to open one also in our province, maybe in Clarksburg, maybe in Mafeking. We've got plans to open a similar satellite there. And this is in short just a very, very brief introduction to the faculty. I haven't talked about the 5 schools. They are big and massive, lots of things that they do. They are good with their teaching, learning. The research entities are doing lots of research. The Deputy Dean Teaching Learning is here, Prof. Janetta. 95% of our publications is in ISI journals, more. Okay, so it means that we are actually doing work of high standard. So I just want to conclude to say I wish you all a pleasant day, and I trust that this day will also lead to new collaborations and to new friendships, that it will be formed, and that it will lead to renewed energy for mutual collaboration to solve our healthcare questions in practice and to the benefit of the people of our province and to the broader country itself. So from my side, thank you very much for coming to Potchefstroom, for sharing your expertise with us. It's really a privilege, and I'm looking forward that we can be in future also be your guest for similar things from the province. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. My apologies, Prof. Andrew, if I go over time, did I? Near Prof. That's how I like it. Ladies and gentlemen, relax. You are in good hands today. Feel welcome. Be part of a family and enjoy yourself. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Avi. The next of the panel, so you've heard from the university. We're going to hear from Prof. Binu Luke, who's a chief specialist at Clark-Stopsapong Hospital. He's a adjunct professor at University of Witwatersrand. He's been responsible for introducing a range of tertiary services in the hospital. He's assisted in establishing the teaching platform for the Faculty of Health Sciences of the University of Wits at Clark-Stopsapong, which now trains registrars and medical students, and also with his role with the Health Professions Council of South Africa, played a key role in changing the model for medical internships in the primary care clinical training platform. He's now been given, he's now taking up a new role within the provincial office, and that is of clinical governance within the office of the DTG. So, Prof. Binu,
thank you,
the floor
Dr. Robertson.
You're really welcome. Thank you.
And thank you, Dean, for the opportunity that was offered to us from the Department of Health to talk to you today. When I was asked to present, I wasn't sure what I should, because I'm not a leader in research. And what am I going to do with a day where research is discussed? But I thought that, you know, as a province, as a service delivery platform, if you can then showcase what we have done in terms of developing a service delivery platform from primary health care to tertiary care, and then we collaborate with the university, there is opportunity from both sides to then get involved in research. On the service side, it will be more on the clinical research, and from the university side, there will be access to laboratories so that we can have a collaborative, extensive and comprehensive research which can solve the problem of our communities moving forward. So I'll try and then showcase in 10 minutes. Is it 10 minutes that I have? Because if I just go through all the details as in the slide, I can speak the whole day, because there's been a lot of sweat and work to get to what I'm put in 4 or 5 slides. So over to the next slide. So you know that what is the strategic position of KT Westwall complex, because that's a hospital that was given to us on lease, especially which was useful during the period of COVID as a COVID-specific hospital. It has not been formally handed over to us. We're hoping that at some point that will happen from the mine management. So we now call ourselves Klerksdorp Serpong Westwall Complex. We used to call it Klerksdorp Serpong Potchefstroom Wittrand in the past, in the late 90s and early 2000 when we were under one CEO. But it's a provincial tertiary hospital with continuous expansion of tertiary services since 2000, when we were allocated two budgets: the National Tertiary Services Grant and the Health Profession Training and Development Grant, which laid the foundation of transforming a secondary level hospital to a tertiary hospital. It has got 1,015 approved beds with 856 open beds until recently. And in terms of responding to the COVID pandemic, we had to then increase our beds to 945. This excludes the 100 odd beds that we used in Westwall. So there was a 10% increase in our bed capacity to sort of manage the demand for higher inpatient service. It is an academic training site for Faculty of Health Sciences, predominantly the University of Witwatersrand since 2002, when we signed the agreement with Wits University, which also includes the Potchefstroom and Wittrand Hospital campuses. You know that we have a clinical trials unit in collaboration with PHRU. I'm sure my next speaker and colleague will be expanding on that when he gets this opportunity to speak to you. It's the main COVID clinical management site with inclusion of Westwall Hospital, which I've mentioned, and we sort of say that we are the safety net. I don't think our doctors like it. Even yesterday, I was told that one of the surgeons in Potch Hospital, was transferred to Mafeking, and suddenly they don't have a surgeon on call. So the doctor called me and said, hey, I'm told that I must receive patients from Potch. So the answer we then give is that we are the safety net hospital of the province, to cut out further discussions on the matter, but it's not something that we enjoy, being the safety net all the time. The next slide. So these are the tertiary services that were developed in the last, say, 20 years. If you then make the same presentation in a province like Gauteng or Western Cape or KwaZulu-Natal, it's not a big thing, because these are supposed to be there in every province, in every tertiary hospital. But I think the challenge that we had was the regulatory environment from HPCSA in terms of recruiting specialists, because of the requirements in terms of qualification, recognition of qualification, is also the fact that this place is about 2 hours south of Johannesburg, 200 kilometers, and we can't compare that town to any other major metropolitan towns in the country. So in that environment, to recruit specialists, which is key to provide tertiary services and retain them and sustain it, was the challenge. The funding was there, but we had to prudently use that fund and not waste it, and plan it properly, that with the meager funds that we get, we were able to then introduce these services. We also had public-private collaborations to see to it that, we developed some of those services. So it was a mix of challenges from which we can now sort of say that we have got all these services, but I'm not yet in a stage where we can say that all of those services are sustainable in terms of the skills that's needed, moving forward. But we hope that we are creating an environment there where, the highly skilled professionals find it, appropriate to work in that complex. And one of those is the cardiology services, with an invasive cardiology service that we have a arrangement with Life Ancron. But this year, we are now tendered for our own cardiac cath unit. It's out on tender. Hopefully, by the end of this financial year, the tender would have been awarded, and early next year, we will have our own in-house cardiac cath, and not just cardiac cath, it's a hybrid catheterization unit, which will help the other departments as well. So I'm not going to go through each of those because you can read it, and can we then move to the next slide? So this was the latest addition to our armamentarium of equipment. Prof. Kotze was showing all those units with high-tech equipment. The university, we also have a few of them, which can be used for service delivery and for research. So this is a 52 million project which was recently opened. It is a linear accelerator for providing radiation services or radiation therapy for cancer patients. The unit was established in 2001 with chemotherapy, further expanded 10 years back with the first linear accelerator and brachytherapy for cancer cervix patients. And now we have our second linear accelerator, which is the state-of-the-art one that obviously increases our ability to care for cancer patients quicker. Our biggest problem is that cancer diagnosis is still a problem, that when they get to cancer treatment, they are in advanced stages of the disease. But we now have the equipment. We are hoping that in the next 2 or 3 years, we'll be able to then replace the old one, which is now more than 10 years old, and have a second newer linear accelerator as well. Next slide. So this is one of those projects. COVID has created a lot of controversy in terms of how the funds allocated were utilized, were they appropriately utilized across the country. But this is a prefab alternate building material unit that was established in the lawns of Sepong, which is a 52-bed unit, which was initially designed to provide COVID care, COVID screening, and COVID inpatient care. But by the time it was built, the demand for COVID then subsided. So we then decided to use it as a surgical ward, repurpose it for surgical ward. So at the moment, it's a 52-bed female surgical and pediatric unit. So this is also added to that 10% increase of beds that we have in Sepong. It's also important that we provide services quickly to patients so that our risk is mitigated and patient safety is paramount. We know that if you were to compare the public sector hospital to private sector, and if you look at the number of beds and the patient population that you have to treat, and I have this argument all the time with private sector, when you have to look after 20% patients in 200 beds, and you have to take 80% in 1,000 beds, it's not the same. And the more volume that you have, the more people that have to deal with, the risk and patient safety issues are even worse. So this is one of the new innovations that we did in our labor ward, where we opened 2 theaters in the labor ward itself, so that patients can be taken for cesarean section quickly. Because just to get a patient from the labor ward to theater sometimes can be a 1-hour process, because the porter is not there, the nurse is not there, the doctor is still doing something else. But hopefully we have improved our turnover time for emergency cesarean section by opening these 2 theaters. Next slide. So this is the other project that we are presently on. We are introducing a new service in terms of diagnostics and therapeutics, and mostly for diagnostics, which is nuclear medicine. We have a nuclear medicine unit in private in Wilmette Park for many years. So this uses radioisotopes for clinical diagnosis and certain radioisotopes for therapy, especially in thyroid diseases. So this is a new structure that is attached to our oncology unit. It's again a 10 million project. The gamma camera and hot lab is already in the country, but we are busy now building the infrastructure. So hopefully in the next 3 to 4 months, it will be functional. The nuclear physician has already been recruited as part of our link with WITS. So I did mention about the cath unit. It will be a dual-plane hybrid catheterization lab, because we have our aspirations not to just treat adults, but also pediatric cardiology. So that's why we're going for the dual-plane hybrid cath unit. And you know that all our hospitals are run down. And if I were to think of how our hospital looked, even with the apartheid structure in Sepong, compared to how it looks now, 20 years down the line, even though we have introduced so many services, the general look and infrastructure of the hospitals are deteriorating. The paints are peeling off and many things are not working. Lights don't work. So there was a project that was initiated by the National Department of Health through the Development Bank of South Africa to allocate funds to do revitalization through different phases. So the emergency revitalization project is happening now. Some of our theaters have been revitalized to state-of-the-art theaters. Still, some of the basic things we still need to do, but I'm just saying that there is an effort to revitalize the hospital and make it more functional and efficient by replacing old infrastructure. So that goes through 3 phases. The emergency phase, which was supposed to be finished in 18 months, I think it's 3 years now. We're still limping on trying to finish that particular project. Then there is 2 other phases. That's when Johannesburg Hospital caught fire. So now department says that all the funds have been redirected to other important projects, and our phase A and phase will be delayed. But if we were to go according to plan of phase A and phase B, we would have a completely revitalized Klerksdorp and Sepong Hospital with academic infrastructure attached to it, so that when this dream of the medical school becomes a reality, the clinical training platform will also have the infrastructure for clinical teaching for students. So we have an academic platform with links to multiple universities, the major one being with the Faculty of Health Sciences, University of Witwatersrand for the last 20 years. We have a link with the University of Johannesburg in terms of training our radiation therapy students, with SMU for the radiography students, Northwest University at multiple levels, including nursing and other faculties and subdivisions that you have. And obviously, from a department point of view, we run our nursing colleges who also use the clinical training platform for training the nurses. So medical training happens for medical students through the Nelson Mandela Fidel Castro program, which has been going on for the last 5 or 6 years. It is coming to an end in terms of the volume of students that we had to handle. And then we will be introducing the medical students from the WITS medical student program, which is called the GEM program, or the Graduate Entry Medical Program. So it's a 6-year program where the GEM starts from year 3. So it's over 4 years, the clinical training. So hopefully we will get students. We had a few students in internal medicine and in family medicine, but it will now expand to the other disciplines because we have now experience of training final year students at WITS. So it will be the Graduate Entry Medical Program, 128 interns in the new 2-year program, and medical registrars in most of the disciplines, which add up to about 35. I think I'm almost getting to the end. But having a provincial picture, we have a similar project in JST, where we are starting registrar programs in various disciplines in JST, in association with SMU, and MPH is another hospital that we are trying to improve the service delivery platform now, and POCH is part of the training platform. And as I said, we have a registrar in obstetrics that started this year, and medical students rotate. And then we have got another hospital in the periphery, in RSM, Freiburg, also trying to improve their service platform. And obviously we have this dream of having this Northwest University Medical School. And even though that project was started a few years back, it did not really take off, and then I think we are rejuvenating it. And the most important thing is for us to get the political support in terms of having this medical school, and both the university and the department is working together to make it a reality. Even if an announcement is made, I can tell you it will take more than 10 years before the first student will graduate. So it's a long process. It is an arduous and difficult process, unlike other disciplines, because of multiple stakeholders involved in developing a medical school. It's a great challenge. We have experience of other medical schools in the nascent stages in Limpopo and in Port Elizabeth, NMMU. But we are following those footsteps and see whether we will one day be able to realize this particular dream. As a province, then we can be proud that this Faculty of Health Sciences in Northwest University also have a School of Medicine. And I think that is the last slide. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. Binu, and I think you can see the potential for a clinical training platform is right here. The next panelist I've got the privilege of presenting is Prof. Abraham Variava. He's also a chief specialist and head of internal medicine at Klerksdorp Sepong Hospital Complex. He's a professor, adjunct professor of internal medicine at WITS, and he's done a lot of work in clinical trial research from within this district, and I won't steal his thunder in what he'll describe, but what work has been done. He's also part of the WITS Wits Perinatal Research Unit, PHRU, and so wearing multiple hats, adding depth to the panel that we have here. So we've had from the university, we've had from the provincial office showing the kind of structure that is in place and the plan structure, and now this is some of the clinical research activity that has taken place within that and how it's developed and grown. Prof. Arava, over to you.
Okay. Andrew, can I have Hello. I think there was an offer if we quit the state, we can work for the university. Cool. Just in terms of what I've been doing and we've been doing in Klerksdorp is we looked at issues that we were facing and how we could address it both clinically and in terms of research. And as you can see, there's a whole host of individuals and groups that we've worked with over the years, including the Noordwes-Universiteit, and we're doing some interesting work looking at disease-modifying agents regarding TB. But we work with as many people as we can so we can move forward and grow. Just a disclosure, I'm the head of internal medicine at KT, a principal investigator in multiple trials, adjunct prof with WITS, and a consultant to the PHRU, which is a WITS-linked research organization. And I'm also a member of a number of guideline committees. Now, the reason I mention it as a disclosure is I think they all have important issues in terms of research and what we focus on. Now, at Klerksdorp Tsepong, we initially partnered with key role players. And I think for me the most important thing was our original link with the Wits Medical School, which in turn, as Binu sort of mentioned, we started training undergraduate students, interns, postgrad students. And this was interesting because we started learning how to train individuals. Where at Tsepong, when I arrived, it was the least wanted hospital anyone wanted to apply for. Now, we actually right on the top of the list for interns wanting to work. And a lot of it had to do with the link to the university, showing teaching, education, and how we can move forward. Now, I think we started something that we can actually grow together with the Northwest, and I think we need to look more seriously at the issue of clinical training. And again, it's important. What we need to do is, we've always grown up, we need to decolonize medical research. Who does it, what we do, what we focus on, and things of that sort. Just remember that we've got, I call them slaves, registrars. They're useful because they're ideas that come from us, from them, and we can harness those ideas to move forward. I think we need to learn from what we see. We need to evaluate, probe, prevent, treat, manage complications related to both non-infectious comorbidities or complex drug-induced toxicities or immune failures, social issues, which I think are extremely important that are not mentioned there. Our patients cannot be boxed into categories. Are you a primary care patient? Are you a secondary or are you a tertiary? Are you a cardiac patient? Are you a neurological patient? In itself, and that's where we mess up as clinicians. I think just mentioning a few of the studies, and you'll see it, they come. I think these are some of the registrars we were involved in with, and I'll show you all these studies that we actually produced. This was one of our first registrars who won cum laude, just looking at HIV and acute kidney injury. We provide ARVs, TDF. It causes more severe renal failure acutely and takes longer time to get better. Motse, who's now working for us in the Northwest, who's the head of medicine, who's now trying to form the links within SMU, was one of our candidates who showed us the obvious. When you're taking ARVs and you're failing at first, meaning that you're likely non-compliant, you're likely to fail again. And she just showed that in an interesting study that helps us. This was also interesting. Another chap we're proud of, Kenopi, he's one of the NMFC students, right? And people were running saying NMFC students are not as great as South African. He did extremely well. He worked with us and he basically described RIF monoresistance. Now, previously, when you used to get RIF resistance, people used to say you almost certainly have resistant TB. What did he find? More than 30% of cases at Sepong had RIF mono, and it seems that it may affect HIV individuals more likely, so it opens up other questions. And again, it's stuff we see. Venous thrombosis with TB and HIV, also an important issue. People who are HIV positive and you start ARVs, they're more at risk of getting DVTs. Patients with TB, when you start TB treatment, they're more at risk. Now, drug interactions, another interesting point is rivaroxaban, the new DOACs, cannot be used with rifampicin. And guess what? Bino showed you all the great things with the Northwest. I can show you the horrors, where we don't have toilet paper, where we don't have other of the basics, which also have to be addressed. And similarly, when we look at the issue of anticoagulation, there's a shortage of warfarin. And warfarin is supposedly the safest with the drugs. Rivaroxaban, there's not much studies with regards to its interaction and dose that you need to use with rifampicin-based therapies. As we get older, Andrew still remember that we're at risk for HIV. Everybody is at risk for HIV, and it gets more complex to treat older individuals with HIV. And even disclosing older individuals, I mean, I don't know if my great-grandfather or grandfather tells me they newly diagnosed HIV, how would I take it? And how would I respond? Interesting issues. Something that's quite easy and quite self-evident. The more you know about the disease, the better you do. That's a study that we showed. This is another interesting issue. To apply for ARVs, people who are failing second-line therapies, and you're failing traditional therapies, you have to wait and apply for national approval for third line. But most of the delays occurred, why? Because of us as clinicians. We did not act on failing results. Another registrar, we always have difficulty diagnosing anemia, iron deficiency anemia with chronic disease, particularly HIV. And it's dangerous to give people iron if not necessary. And he found that doing transferrin receptors may be of benefit, but now he's quite keen on doing a PhD going forward. We're encouraging our researchers to grow. This is our claim to fame, where we described individuals who are unable to sit or walk because of efavirenz toxicity that they were taking for years, and this was actually unrecognized. And we call it, well, I call it the EAT syndrome. A small e for efavirenz, a capital E for encephalopathic, a capital A for ataxic, a capital T for toxic, and S for syndrome. This basically ate away individuals, and when we stopped the drug, they got better. It contributed to the removal of efavirenz in our area. Now, most of the people that get hospitalized, we all forget, are the most sick, most complex, have so many comorbidities, mostly dispossessed, and obviously it's the most costly business trying to manage them. Mortality is high, and we have mortality meetings every day. And over time, interestingly, and you can see that our age of death increased. So we were doing something quite well. That people are living, I mean, they weren't dying as young as when we started over years. And the HIV rates over time seem to drop. Now, what to do? We've been involved with vaccine studies as well. We're trying this new drug, a TZV drug, a Russian agent drug, and it seems not effective, still busy with it. And we're also doing COVID transmission studies. Just remember that the TB incidence dropped before antibiotics, so the best way of treating and preventing TB is what? Social upliftment. Get houses, jobs, things of that sort. That is the most effective. But one is to think of early diagnosis. And I think one of the first studies was with Aurum, where we looked at chest x-rays. And it's now come back at using chest x-rays in terms of early diagnosis. Ironically, we were the first to describe LAM and its use in HIV. Guess what? We were the last to actually institute it, and we're still not instituting it well in the province. And it's a very quick way of diagnosing HIV and reducing mortality amongst those with TB. We also were involved in active case finding. Follow the TB. If one person's got TB, somebody else in the house are likely to have as well, and we showed that too. But we're not doing that. Let's bring in new technology, and I don't know why you guys don't have whole genomic sequencing here at Potch. If you have that, we move completely in terms of microbiology into different realms. This is just basically some of the studies basically showing you case finding, where we found an 8-fold increase of individuals with TB following the admitted person contacts. The same sort of issue. I've mentioned the issue of whole genomic sequencing, why it's great, why we can pick up clusters, we can pick up new forms of issues, and we can try to address things. And much more is becoming affordable. What's going on? If anybody listens to Marvin Gaye, just in terms of what we look at here is we're still involved with influenza dynamics, resistant patterns within HIV. We find elite controllers, people who are HIV positive and virally suppressed. One of the most fascinating groups, because they may just hold the key to immune identification of the virus. We're involved in 2 studies, the FIND 1 and 2. FIND 2 is a fascinating study because we're looking for sleeping HIV amongst resting CD4 cells within their DNA. Interestingly, it's one HIV virus that infects an individual, and they can actually identify that damn virus. It's astounding. Now, we're involved to try to find those sites, but what we're also interested in is why are individuals who are virally suppressed dying? Are they dying of side effects? Are they dying earlier of comorbidities? Do they age earlier? Is something that we're looking at too. Just in terms of shedding, and I think this is important, those at HIV who are virally unsuppressed shed COVID for longer. Okay, most people shed it for 10 days, and if you're HIV positive and you're unsuppressed, you may shed for more than 30 days. And that brings in another interesting issue if we're ever going to go down to lockdowns, because then we're going to end up being like in the concentration camps. Who should be locked down and who shouldn't? Just an interesting take. Similarly, with influenza, the viral shedding is takes much longer, and they are more infectious for longer people. When we looked at ARV-resistant patterns, we are finding resistance to K65R, which causes resistance to one of the main ARVs, but interestingly, this resistant pattern may just be good for your ARV to work. It's bizarre what we're learning about resistance. We're also involved in access programs, and we get bedaquiline, and these are for MDRs. We basically are involved in a lot of research within TB and MDR, and by getting involved in the research, we get access to the newer therapies for our patients, and they're doing much better. We're also involved with access programs for 5FC, which increases the survival rate on patients treated for crypto. Very difficult drug, not yet easily available, and we're trying all means to score some drugs to provide the treatment here. As you can see, still involved with clinical trials, trying to reduce the cost, try to shorten the treatment, and hopefully create a new regimen where it doesn't matter whether you're resistant to TB or not, you give the same treatment, it works. Okay, this is just, we are part of this big study, which now has changed WHO guidelines with treatment for resistant TB. Remember, we need to help the most vulnerable, particularly those in the transition in care. We also want to introduce a patient booklet, and I would like to speak to somebody in the university who can develop an app, because what we want to do, what I'd like to do, is to put the health in the hands of the patient. But what do I mean by that? All of us went to see some doctor at some point, no? Can you remember the blood results he took? Can you remember the x-rays he did? Do you know what they said? Nope. So the best is, we use the booklet. Why don't we create apps where people can take pictures and it stays with the patient? We're not going to put it on the net or anything else. It belongs to the patient. They can move from doctor, clinic, to whoever. And again, it's a very corny thing, saying health in the hands of the patient. But this is actually what we need to do. So if you've got people like that, I'd like to work with that. Because we use a patient booklet, and this has made a difference. And I want to know if the province should introduce things like this, because it allows us to save money. There's no duplication. We do things appropriately. This is just showing how poorly we did. After we discharged patients, only 18% came to visit us within the time frame. Look at the 53% got readmitted, 26% died. So we're probably very useless, or our health service or access to care is a big challenge. The potential for an NHI, everyone is talking about an NHI. And I think, you know, we can work and we can move towards an NHI where hospitals, state hospitals, and that start actually talking amongst ourselves in the various areas on how we as communities should go, rather than wait for guidelines from national. Okay, the other important issue is chronic care teams, but this is just basically a model that we worked with the private sector in Broadreach, and Andrew knows very well. We had such great success with ARVs. We had close to 90% virally suppressed. This is as good as any clinical trial, with 95% in retention to care. It worked. But due to corruption, we could not continue it, because that was the only good thing Bush did, PEPFAR. So we had the PEPFAR funding for that. And when the PEPFAR ran out, we couldn't. We're still involved with surveillance, and these are important issues to pick up the diseases we see. And we work with a number of groups, and we're also very interested in PCP, diagnosis and treatment, because a large proportion of newly diagnosed HIV are dying of PCP. We're also involved in late findings when people die. As I told you, we do the post-mortems to look at what their causes of death. But we've also done an interesting little thing looking at people who died at home of natural causes. So they died of natural causes with their consent. We put in needles in their chests and made a little slit and sent off specimens for TB. And guess what? A third of patients who were dead had TB. They didn't, I'm not saying they died of TB, we don't know, but we found TB. This test was done, the same trial was done now, just before COVID and with COVID. Interestingly, the TB rates have dropped to about 16%, and that could be with the ARVs, INH prophylaxis, the better socioeconomic conditions and the grants, etc. However, COVID accounted for 40%. And this was worrisome because these are the unrecorded TB or COVID deaths. So it's just another study, it's a follow-up on this particular one. So this is important. All our NGOs assisted us with TB in the pregnancy study, starting the circumcision clinics. We involved in a potential preventable study with pneumonias, and that's giving us lots more information. This just in terms of the potential preventable study. This particular study we just completed. We have followed up people who were admitted with pneumonias over the period, so we have an idea of the types of pneumonia as well as the role COVID and HIV has played. Remember, it's the fourth industrial revolution, and we're not using our new techs. There's a new clinical method, and that is the handheld sonar machine, which I think as clinicians and as doctors and researchers, one has to look into it and how we can utilize these to make a difference. The other important issues are the social issues, and I think even within the university, the social sciences, etc., can look at how we can actually understand these particular issues, because a lot of our issues are cross-discipline. And this is just an example of this little booklet that has saved us a lot of costs without repeating tests and things of that sort. Oh, thank you.
Thank you, Bryony. Quite an eye-watering list of research activities happening on our doorstep. And a challenge with all this work, and you heard it said, when local research makes some solid findings, you'd like it to be implemented. And maybe that's a whole another faculty of implementation science to get this right. But there's lots of examples of local research, local investigation, and it's not influencing practice. And that's something which is problematic. You also heard, you could have heard, if you've got bleeding problems, you've heard of these little children, usually males, that have bleeding disorders that need medicine, and if they don't get it, then it's quite serious. Even insulin at certain stages. There are shortages of insulin for diabetics. So with our pharmacy and pharmaceutical capabilities within the university, supply and getting the right medication at the right time is important, and it's quite something to get right. And it's really soul-destroying for clinicians to have a patient in front of them say, sorry, we haven't got you epileptic medicine for now, just hopefully it'll be all right. So these are things that industrial engineers can help with supplies. And the M-Health, the mobile health, is an opportunity. These patient health booklets, I don't know if any of you have gone into hospitals and there's problems finding your notes or your files. Who's the best person to keep your clinical files other than yourself? Who's going to look after it? And M-Health gives you that opportunity for that to be interoperable with other larger and state information systems. The next panelist, I'm really pleased to introduce, is Phumla Sodo. She's an associate researcher in the Department of Family Medicine and Primary Care at the University of Wits. She holds an advanced diploma in community dentistry and a master's in public health from Sefako University. She's a PhD candidate in the field of public health, and a primary research interest lies in the human resources for health. So human resources for health, medical schools, they all kind of weave together. She was has extensive experience in the public and private and academic health sectors, and she's currently serving as a Health Professions Council of South Africa board member and research head of the National Public Oral Health Forum. Pumla, over to you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen and colleagues. I'm glad that today is happening to have the conversations about research. I'm happy that the previous speakers have spoken to the gaps in research, more research that needs to be done. And I believe that the research should not be limited to only academics. Just the healthcare workers working in some primary healthcare clinic should be able to do research in collaboration with the university and all the other research entities. So as it has been said, I'm from the Department of Family Medicine from VETS. So the Department of Family Medicine has a footprint in the 5 districts, of which 4 are in Gauteng and then 1 in Dr. KK. So it is important to conduct research, especially in the primary health care, as we all know that the primary health care, the primary health care is the main vehicle of service delivery in South Africa. And in our provinces are dominated by the primary health care facilities. So, which is the entry point for each and every person who's accessing the health services. So it is important for us to provide the quality care of service. In order for us to provide the quality care of service, we need to conduct a research so that we plan based on evidence. Because we cannot take the policy from another country and say we're going to implement a particular program in our district. We need to plan according to our local context. So it is important that we do research. We have a lot of opportunities, as mentioned by the previous speakers. But it is surprising to learn that we have lowest research outputs from our primary health care centers. So we need to stimulate research in our provinces, in our districts. So how do we stimulate research? Okay, I think with our provinces or district, the research is overlooked. So it is important to make the research as one of the key performance areas so that people can be stimulated to conduct research. But if it's made like as part of the key performance areas, it doesn't mean that a person needs to conduct a research every year in order to get a credit or to get promoted. We also have, we have different programs in the districts where we can work as a groups in the province. Like for an example, if we have a, let's say maternal and child health. So all the people who are working within that program can come up with the idea and partner with the university and conduct a research as a group. That will also give an opportunity to also mentor the young researchers or encourage the young professionals to do research, because it doesn't end at graduation, because most people they do research when you are doing when you are studying or you are specializing, then you get your cum laude, you get your distinction, then it ends there. So research shouldn't end there. We should do research for planning purposes and also for policies, so that our policies are informed by research. Because we've just seen now, when we had our pandemic, we had no research because it was a new thing. So I think it also opened more opportunities for research so that we are ready. We know how our provinces, how our facilities, how our districts are, so that whatever pandemic or anything that will come after, we are ready. We have resources, like we have research database that we have available. So it is also important to create networks. I'm glad that there were a lot of research entities that were mentioned by the previous speakers, because we cannot do research on your own. We need to collaborate with all the other entities, like we have the universities, we have the NGOs, we have all the other research entities. And also, like I mentioned, that we need to integrate our policies to research. When we are creating policies, even if it comes from the national or from from the province, and then we adapt it according to our context, because we have database of how our provinces, how our facilities, how our district is. So our planning, our policies should be based on the evidence of what is happening in the provinces. And then the healthcare workers should be enabled to conduct research, because I know that many clinicians, they do want to conduct research, but most of them, they'll say they don't know where to start or they don't have time. Whose responsibility is it to stimulate them to conduct research? So as we have all the other entities who comes to our district, who come to our provinces to conduct research, we shouldn't let them come and conduct research and go. We have many people who come to our spaces to conduct research for education, for degree purposes. So I think the district or the province should let, like if, for example, I'm coming to the district or to the province wanting permission to conduct research, I believe that I should be given a contract that say, if you are going to conduct research in our provinces, in our province or in our district or in our facility, involve one person in the district or one person in the facility, so that when I leave, at least I leave the skill within the district, so that people can continue conducting research. It doesn't end that I come and then go with that information. And also it should be enforced that when people come and conduct research in our district, in our province, they should come back and present the results, because we need those results for planning, for policies, and for everything else. It's not about them conducting research and leaving and presenting it for their degree purposes and getting their degrees. We should use that information. Those people should be given bounding contract that involve someone in whatever program that will be conducting research in, and then after the research is done, come back and present the results so that we can plan based on that as well. And also we're lucky because we have universities, we have University of Northwest, we have VETS, we have many universities and other organizations that we can collaborate with. And it is also important to empower the healthcare workers, like allowing them to attend the courses, because some of us, like you qualified long time ago, now we want to do research, sometimes not even for degree purposes, just for in terms of planning within the district. Let's say I'm managing the program, I want to do research. So I should be able to attend the short courses or to get that support in order to know where to start, how to go about. And also to have sessions like today, the research days, where you network with other people, you get information, and then you get support on how to go about to start your research. And also the district and our provinces should be able to provide the resources to conduct research, because you cannot say, no, we need more research, and yet there's no resources. People don't know where to start, where to go. So it is important that the district should have the research champions, so that whoever wants to conduct research or have an idea but don't know where to start, they know who to go to unpack whatever idea that they have, to turn it into the research, question in order to conduct research. So, I mean, like in our district, we are lucky we have the most experienced researchers, we have the professors. So we should have those people to support the young researchers, so that it doesn't end with them. When they leave, we have more young people who will come into research, to conduct more research. Because research is an ongoing process, it's not a once-off. Like if you do research before you implement a program, then you implement that program, you need to come back, like maybe after every 5 years, to evaluate, to see if that program is still serving the purpose and any gaps in implementation or impact or whatever. So we need to have the ongoing research. And also the districts or provinces should give time to the healthcare workers, because most clinicians, they don't have time to conduct research because they are forever busy. But that time should be accompanied with accountability. Like for an example, if I'm a clinician working in a particular facility and I'm given maybe half a day each day to conduct research, I should have, before I'm given that time, I should have a plan that within these 6 months, I will have the research protocol. After that 6 months, I must present that this is evidence, this is what I've done during that time. And then if you don't have anything to produce, then you should owe that time to the department. because we were given that time only specifically for research. And we should have research hubs. I think it's also easier in the Northwest because we have got the university. University can help in partnering, like to have research hubs in the district, because some people, like, we don't have softwares, we don't have other resources to conduct research, but if we have research hubs, then we know we have those facilities where we can go and do whatever that is necessary for our research, including the data analysis and other things. And then, so in our facilities, in the primary healthcare, in the clinical space, we are fortunate because we have the low-hanging fruits. We have the data, we collect data every day. So we should use that data, start using that data that we collect every day to conduct research. You look at the data, and then you can come up with a question based on that data. Then that's a way to move so that we know what is happening in our facilities. We know what is happening in our districts. We know what is happening in our province. So we can also do the systematic reviews that do not need you to go out to collect data, like it's the resources that are in front of you where you can do your systematic reviews. And also with vets, we offer the MSc, besides the MDent, where, like, for physician, for family physician, we also offer master's program and PhDs where you can enroll. Like, if you have the research idea you want to enroll, then you enroll and then you still do the research in your space where you are working. And then you will get all the support that is required. And also it helps, like I mentioned earlier, that it is important to form the research interest group, because we have different research interests. So if we work, like, we found that in one district, like, there's a group of people with same research interest. So it is important for those people to work together in producing the research output. But the department, the district, the province can provide all those things. But then it is also up to us that you need to have interest. You cannot conduct research if you don't have that interest. And you need commitment, and you need to work as a team and to collaborate, to network with all the other entities. And we also need to sacrifice, because research needs sacrifice. You need time to do your research, and also, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Kaunda. I thought you heard some great ideas, on how to promote research in a very practical way, and how to do it. So thank you for that. Our next panelist is Ms. Tanya Nielsen. She's the Managing Director of the Clinical Research Division at Aurum Institute. She just reminded me, when Aurum first started in the province, I met them at their office not far from KT. She's a pharmacist by training with more than 16 years of clinical trial experience, and she's currently involved in managing and implementing more than 50 clinical trials across 5 research sites in South Africa. So, Tanya, over to you.
Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. It's lovely for me to be back here today as a former student at this university, and it's also very nice to see fellow students right at the back and some former lecturers. So as mentioned, I am the Managing Director for the Clinical Research Division at the Aurum Institute, and I will be sharing our COVID journey as it relates to vaccine trials. So I'll just be focusing on COVID vaccine trials for the purposes of the talk today. So I have slightly different disclosures to Bryony. So the first is I'm not a scientist. My presentation will be a bit more operational. So please direct the difficult questions to the fellow panelists who go by the title Professor. And then I mentioned that I'm a very proud former PUK, as it was known then. I completed my studies here in 2003, and I was shocked to know that it's 19 years ago, so I feel a little bit old standing here. But when you finish your studies, you think you're very clever, right? And you're capable of making very important life choices. And then this is one of your first life choices the day before your graduation. So as Andrew mentioned, we learn, So a little bit about Aurum. Aurum is Latin for gold, as we started off as part of Anglo Gold Ashanti in 1998. And we are an African organization advancing health, science, and innovation. Our vision is to create a healthier world for future generations, and our mission is to generate evidence for policy and translate policy into practices that have a positive impact. So I think speaking to some of the needs that Pumla mentioned in her talk. So I'm going to focus on our clinical research division because in Aurum, South Africa, we have Aurum in other countries as well, but in Aurum, South Africa, we have 4 divisions, and the clinical research division is one of the 4 divisions. So our clinical research division was established in 2005, with our first sites being in Klerksdorp, and this is also when I joined Aurum Institute. And this site was established to focus mainly on HIV vaccine trials. Before I joined Aurum Klerksdorp, I was working with both Prof. Variava and Prof. Bino, and Prof. Avi was one of my lecturers, so it's very nice to be here with a panel of members who had a very big influence in my development. Okay, so moving on to our second site, established in Rustenburg. This site was established in 2008 and established mainly to conduct HIV epidemiology studies. So a very strong footprint in Northwest, and we're very passionate about continuing work in the Northwest province. Then later the same year, our Tembisa site was established. It was a small container located on the hospital grounds, and they started doing mostly TB treatment trials. And the latest family of our Aurum clinical research, latest site of our clinical research family is the Pretoria site, which was formerly known as VX Pharma, and this was acquired by Aurum in 2020. And this facility has inpatient capabilities, so that we do have the ability to do pharmacokinetics trials and trials requiring patient overnight stays. And as it stands today, all sites are able to do all phases of the trials, focusing on all the disease areas that we are involved in. So those are TB, HIV, and more recently COVID. And it's not just one site focusing on one disease area anymore. So I want to take us back to what seems to be a long, long, long time ago, BC, before COVID that is, and just remind us of a few key dates. On the 5th of March 2020, the first COVID case was identified in South Africa. I think we can all remember what we did on the 26th of March when the initial, what was then thought to be 21 days of lockdown was implemented. On the 31st of March, we had the tragic passing of Professor Gita Ramji. So Professor Gita was one of our chief scientists at the Aurum Institute, but she also played a very significant role in HIV prevention research in South Africa and globally. In November 2020, we started our very first COVID vaccine trial. This was the Ensemble trial, the licensure trial for the Janssen vaccine that is currently used in the rollout, the national rollout. February 2021, we started the Sosonke trial in collaboration with Department of Health. So worked very closely with both Prof. Avi and Prof. Bino to conduct the Sosonke trial. And this was when AstraZeneca vaccine could not be rolled out in South Africa because it was not effective against the circulating strain at the time. We then implemented the Sosonke trial to offer the J&J vaccine to healthcare workers, as this vaccine was not approved for emergency use in South Africa yet. In July this year, we're very proud that we started our first Aurum-led CEPI trial. This is looking at different boost strategies after completing a primary vaccination series. And as it stands today, we've been involved in conducting 2 natural history studies, 9 COVID vaccine trials, 4 COVID treatment trials. We've enrolled more than 3,600 participants, and these are just at our sites. I'm excluding the Sosonke participants enrolled at Department of Health facilities. So we have contributed to about 15 COVID-19 trials in total. So this is just an overview of all the COVID vaccine trials that we were involved in. You'll see at the top, our Klerksdorp site participated in the Ensemble trial, as I mentioned, the licensure trial, Sosonke for the healthcare workers. We are currently busy with CoVPN 3008, which is a Moderna trial, and I'll give you a little bit more information later. CEPI trial, as well as Sherpa. And in total, almost 14,000 participants were enrolled at our Klerksdorp site. This does include the Sosonke participants enrolled at the healthcare facilities. Then our Tembisa site, we participated in similar trials. with the addition of the one-tie trial, where a nasal vaccine was tested. You'll see the numbers seem a little bit lower for Tembisa, with just over 1,200 participants enrolled. And the reason for that is, for Sosonke, our Tembisa site did not store the vaccine, so it was hard to quantify the number of vaccines prepared for Sosonke by our Tembisa site. Then Rustenburg, once again Northwest, exactly the same trials conducted as in Klerksdorp, and in Rustenburg we enrolled almost 11,000 participants in these various COVID vaccine trials. And then lastly, Pretoria did slightly different COVID vaccine trials to the other sites. They participated in Ensemble 2, where we tested a booster dose with Janssen, and not just the single Janssen dose. We participated in 2 Novavax trials, one still ongoing currently, and then the rest of the trials conducted at the other sites. At Pretoria, we enrolled almost 3,000 participants in these various COVID vaccine trials. So just to highlight the big contribution and collaboration in the Northwest Province. So I'm going to start with the Ensemble trial. As I mentioned, this is the AD26, the vector vaccine that is currently used in the rollout. We did conduct it at 3 of our sites, but it was also conducted in 8 countries, and globally more than 44,000 participants were enrolled, but 6.5 of these participants were enrolled in South Africa, and that's important for us to know that this vaccine works in our population. 35% of these participants had to be older than 60, which was something new for us. We'd always just focused on young individuals in our previous trials, and between the 3 sites, the 3 Aurum sites, we enrolled almost 700 participants. So you can see from a safety point of view, the most common local reactions were injection site pain. And I think everyone who's gone for their vaccine knows that you feel that for quite a while. And then the most common systemic reactions were headache, fatigue, and myalgia, about 30 to 40% of participants who reported that. So you can see the conclusion of this trial was that a single dose was safe and efficacious against symptomatic COVID-19. And what was nice about the Janssen vaccine is that it could be stored at either -20 or in the fridge, which made it logistically easier to distribute to remote locations. So moving on to Ensemble 2, this trial evaluated the need of a second dose. It was only done at our Pretoria site. 30,000 participants enrolled worldwide, and in Pretoria we enrolled about 256 participants. And this trial showed 100% protection against severe and critical COVID-19, 75% protection against symptomatic COVID-19, with a higher percentage of protection in the US due to the different strains. But a booster given after 2 months had a 6-fold increase in antibody levels. Then moving on to Sosonke, as I mentioned, this had to be rolled out after AstraZeneca was not rolled out in South Africa anymore. And Aurum had 4 of the former Ensemble sites were all asked to assist with this rollout to healthcare workers. So we received our first shipment of vaccine 17 February 2021. And what was a little bit challenging about this trial was that all of the vaccine had to be stored and prepared by the clinical research sites. So, and it had to be overseen by a research pharmacist. And to give you an idea, in Klerksdorp we had 1 permanent pharmacist and 2 locums. Tembisa and Rustenburg both had 2 pharmacists and 1 pharmacist assistant, and our Pretoria site had a single pharmacist. So we had to deploy our pharmacists and get the rest of the teams to assist because it was just too many vaccines to manage by these handful of individuals. In the Sosonke trial, we ended up enrolling or providing vaccine to more than 450 healthcare workers, and this was concluded in May 2021. These are just some of the pictures to show at the top left. Very excited when we received our first dose. It was like gold then. We were so scared something was going to happen to the vaccine. In the middle, we had to fly some of the vaccines from Rustenburg to Vryburg to ensure that the temperature ranges are not exceeded. Prof. Luke was also involved in that process. On the top right, you'll see our clinical director, Dr. Craig Innes. We had to rope in several staff members to assist with the preparation. In the bottom middle, every time we moved around with vaccines, we were surrounded by security guards and police police officers. I remember a trip going from Klerksdorp to Mafeking where the police officer told me, you just drive between the two police vehicles. We're going to put the siren on and you're not going to stop at any stop street. So there we were just chasing from Klerksdorp to Mafeking because we were so scared that someone's going to stop us and want to steal the vaccines. And the bottom right is Dr. Craig Innes being interviewed by ENCA after a visit at Klerksdorp Hospital by the Deputy Minister. So here, the results from the Sisonke trial combined with information from Discovery showed that there was a 91 to 96% prevention of death using the Janssen vaccine. So with Sisonke Boost, this was offering a boost dose to all of the healthcare workers who got the initial Janssen dose. And here it was slightly different. Each clinical research site was assigned to work with a number of Department of Health facilities or vaccination sites, and the clinical research site was basically just responsible for ensuring regulatory compliance, so the training and identifying a vaccine champion, and then the Department of Health basically managed the rest of the vaccinations, and whenever they had some safety questions, they would contact the site. But we were not on site like with Sisonke 1, so it was much easier for us to implement. So moving on to COVID-PN 3008, also known as Ubuntu. Ubuntu is the Nguni word meaning I am because you are. And this is a trial conducted testing the Moderna, the mRNA vaccine, in southern and eastern Africa. The Moderna vaccine is currently licensed in the USA and was one of the first vaccines licensed in the USA, but it was never tested in Africa. So here we want to see whether this vaccine is effective in our African countries, but more particularly to see how effective it is in HIV-positive individuals. More than 14,000 participants enrolled overall. About 12,500 had to be HIV-infected individuals, and 5,000 had to have prior COVID. All three of our sites participating in this trial exceeded their targets of 261, so we enrolled more than 300 across all sites. Follow-up is still continuing. We're hoping to have some interim results soon, but we have also recently had a protocol amendment where the boost vaccine is now being changed to a bivalent boost to have Omicron inserts as well. As I mentioned, we did 2 Novavax trials, so this is a protein subunit vaccine in our Pretoria site. This vaccine was also found to be effective, but less effective against the circulating strains in South Africa at the time. This vaccine is not available in South Africa at the moment, but it has recently been licensed by SAPRA just in September. And then the Aurum investigator-led trial that I mentioned, this is the CEPI trial. This is a trial looking at different boost strategies after completing a primary vaccination series with either Pfizer or Janssen. It's led by our founder, Professor Gavin Churchyard, and we're testing 3 boost strategies with either Pfizer, J&J, or Covovax. So Covovax is the generic for Novavax. We started enrollment for this trial in July this year. We're close to about 300 of the 750 enrolled. We had some delays when our Covovax vaccine expired, so we had to get new doses shipped in from Serum Institute India, and we got the approval to continue with this trial with enrollment this week. We're hoping to complete enrollment by the end of this year and have some preliminary results available early next year. And then the last trial I want to just briefly touch on is Sherpa. So I mentioned Sisonke 1, I mentioned Sisonke Boost. So Sherpa is the follow-on trial to the 2 Sisonke trials, where we're offering the same Moderna boost to healthcare workers who participated in either Sisonke 1 or both Sisonke 1 and Sisonke 2. Across all of the Aurum sites, we've enrolled 900 healthcare workers in this trial, and enrollment will be completed by the 12th of November, so also very excited to see the results from here. So yeah, I just want to show you a little bit of a comparison of our life pre-COVID and our life since COVID. On the right-hand side, where the dotted lines is showing the accrual into 3 of the phase 3 HIV vaccine trials we conducted, HVTN 702, 703, and 705. And then on the left-hand side, the solid lines, all the COVID vaccine trials we conducted. And I want to particularly compare the yellow line, which was Ensemble, where we had to enroll 675 participants in a 4-week period, and compare that to HVTN 702, where we enrolled 680 participants in 75 weeks. So I understand why our teams are so tired. So this is just to give you an overview of how things changed since 2019. In 2019, we had 1,300 participants enrolled overall in 14 trials. 2020, a slight decrease because some of our phase 3 HIV vaccine trials were finished. So 1,100 participants enrolled and 21 trials. So we just started up some new trials. 2021, 2,100 participants enrolled in 45 trials. And currently we have more than 3,700 participants currently actively in follow-up across 53 trials. So this is just to show how the split by disease area changed. A very big portion of our work pre-COVID was HIV focused, and the last 3 years we've just been dominated by conducting COVID trials. We didn't have a very big increase in staffing, despite having such an increase in the number of participants and the number of trials, and I'll talk to some of the challenges linked to that shortly. Yeah, sure. Okay, so some of the challenges was just dealing with initial fears during hard lockdown. It was challenging to do all of our training online. As I mentioned, the first time we recruited participants over 60, we had to learn them how to install apps on their phones to report reactogenicity. These phones ended up being used by grandchildren. The data ran out for other reasons than reporting reactogenicity. Having large numbers of participants, increase in reimbursement, maintaining social distance while these participants, were packed in the clinic. And then there's no certainty with COVID trials. Today you have a trial and tomorrow it's no longer continuing because of new information available. So that makes it hard for resource planning. Increase in quantity always goes with a slight decrease in quality. And initially we struggled with vaccine hesitancy, but now more lately we're struggling with COVID fatigue. So in conclusion, despite some challenges, COVID has come with major opportunities. Collaboration was key to deliver under pandemic conditions. We've seen major increases in the number of trials and the number of participants. And as I said, mostly COVID trials being conducted at the moment. COVID-19 resulted in disruption, and disruption has forced us to do certain things differently. But I am extremely proud of the entire clinical research team, as well as all of our collaborators. I'm also grateful to all of the participants who were willing to be part of our trials. We've seen the impact of clinical trials saving millions of lives in the COVID-19 pandemic, and we are now even more committed to continue our search for safer, more effective tools to address TB and HIV. Thank you.
Thank you, Tanya. And can we have one more round of applause for all the panelists that could come forward? We're going to break for tea until 11:25, where you go to, there are 2 venues, this one and the one next door. There isn't going to be time for questions, but I think you can identify the presenters, and you're welcome to, and they've said they're happy to engage later. So just as a small token of appreciation, I'd like the panelists to come forward and stand up in a straight line. My boss, Prof. Avi, you're first. Thank you very much. We're going in order of who's presenting. Prof. Binu, thank you. Prof. Ariava, Ms. Sono, and last but not least, Ms. Nielsen. Thank you very much. Can we give our panelists a good round of applause? And I think there's no question that there's gravitas and there's great potential in the clinical research platform that we've got in this district and in the province. And I look forward to the presentations afterwards and the opportunities that these presentations and research offer us. So let's break for tea and muster again at 11:25. Thank you very much. Thanks, guys. people in session 2, if you look on your right, my left, any of those presenters in here? If so, you should be next door. I can only see one presenter that I know who's here. Can other presenters, Ms. Hasbrook, there's 2, thank you. Dubazana, 3, and Professor is there for, there's everyone. So without further ado, I'm really pleased to introduce Dr. Jürgen Staats. I know him in another arena, and that's with RULES, the Rural Emergency Life Support leader, as it were. So the floor is yours. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you everyone for the opportunity for me to present my research. Yeah, so you know my name already. So I've done my research on clinical outcomes in children admitted for malnutrition in Potchefstroom. So it was a comparative study in terms of referral sources. And we wanted to compare the outcomes of patients. So when they come, whether they come from, doesn't make a difference where they come from, with special interest in our community health workers, which is a relatively new cadre in our setting. So the rationale of this study is that, severe acute malnutrition, or SAM as we call it, it's more than just a child that comes who has poor nutrition. It's got a lot of complications, and you can even go back to the first 1,000 days of a child's life, and it has implications in terms of our nation, how wealthy our nation can become, because if our children are malnourished, their potential is limited, so they cannot learn as well as they should learn. They cannot do well in sports. They don't do well or not as well as they can. So this is a quite important topic for us as a nation, and we've got a serious problem. Then we've got our community-based interventions. So, we're all scientists, so we were taught to speak science. We were not taught to speak human to our patients. So the community health workers are there, they interact. So they go to the communities, they speak to patients, they do health promotion, they do screening. So they are the ones that goes physically to people's houses and speak to them. So there is this resource in terms of someone in the community to do something about malnutrition. So they are trained, they've got some basic understanding of biology, of physiology, of diseases and prevention, and they also know the system, so they know social services, they know the doctor, they know the nurses. So quite a useful person to have in your community to go to people's houses and tell them, well, you've got this problem, maybe you should go to X, Y, and Z. And then specifically for malnutrition, they are trained to screen for malnutrition. So they do what we call mid-upper arm circumference, MUAC. So they take a tape and they measure the arms of children. And that has been scientifically verified that you can actually diagnose malnutrition with that method. So the value of early screening for malnutrition is obviously if you can catch them early, the complications are less. The whole knock-on effect should be less. So we want to catch malnutrition early. We don't want them to present in hospital when they're very sick. So based on that, the hypothesis was that because they screen in the community and they have access to these patients, they can catch them at an early stage, and therefore we would expect them to have better outcomes than other children. So to the best of my ability, or there's no evidence supporting that besides expert opinion. So even though expert opinion is the lowest form of evidence in terms of science. So my job was then to go and create some evidence. So what I did was a cross-sectional study, and we went to Potchefstroom Hospital and got a list of all the children that was admitted with severe acute malnutrition. There were about 71 of them from April 2016 to 31 March of 2018. And then we categorized referral sources. So one was that patient referred by a community health worker? The second category was the ones that were referred by the clinics. And then the third one was termed other. So patients referred from clinics, it was easy. You could look in the file and you would see there was a referral from them. In terms of clinical, from a community health workers, they go to the community, they've got a referral form, and then they would write on that form and refer the patient to the clinic. So I went to all the clinics that supply or that refer to Potchefstroom Hospital and look at all their documentation and then try to sift through them, or went through each one of them one by one and looked for the names of patients that were referred. And then the other participants were those that were self-referred. So the mother was just sitting at home and then realized something is wrong, went to the hospital, and it was picked up that child had SAM. Also other referrals from general practitioners. So now in private, they don't see severe acute malnutrition that much, or they don't pick it up that easily as we do in government. So that was clustered as an other group. So in terms of results, out of the 71, only 5 of the SAM patients were due to community health worker referrals, compared to 50 or 70% were from clinics, and 16 of them were patients from other referrals. So by far the most patients that are referred are from our clinics, which is showing that our system is working to some degree. They come for their screening at the clinics, the sisters see them, assess them, and send them to the hospital. But yeah, ideally we would like people to be picked up earlier than that in the communities. And then comparing to all the groups, so the community health worker group had clinically significant differences from the other groups. So your Z-score is what we use to measure patients, and we weigh them, and we come up with a Z-score according to the WHO. So the lower your Z-score, the more, malnourished you are. So the children from the community health workers had better Z-scores. So they were not as skinny as the other ones. So again, the clinic referrals had a bit worse of a Z-score, and then the other group had the lowest Z-score. So those are the people sitting at home not realizing anything is wrong. Then also looking at the HB, or the mean HB. So our community health worker referral patients had a higher mean HB. And that's also clinically significant because there's a 10-step process when you admit a child with malnutrition, and one of those steps is looking at micronutrients or nutritional deficiencies. So that's, and it was also a statistically significant difference between them. And then also none of the community health worker patients passed away, compared to 12% of our clinic patients and 18% of our other referred patients. So also, I think, a clinically significant difference between the groups. So in conclusion, patients referred by community health workers had clinically significant characteristics associated with better outcomes. But I think we can do better in terms of how many patients get referred from the community. Because, someone don't become malnourished overnight. It's a whole process. So we need to pick them up much earlier than we do at the moment. So that can be improved. And then also there's not a lot of studies at the moment because community health workers are such a relatively young cadre of health workers. We need to do more studies on them and their effectivity because they are there, and I don't think they're used to the maximum benefit of our healthcare practitioners. Thank you. Are there any questions?
I think the applause also needs to be for a perfectly 10-minute presentation. Thank you, Jürgen. Each presenter's got 15 minutes. If you go over your 10 minutes, your question time reduces. We are online, so there might be some online questions. I don't see any yet, but are there any questions? I see 1, 2 hands. There is a mic roving around behind you. If you can just briefly introduce yourself, one word, and then one question, not another presentation, please.
Hi, I'm Lisa Hofmanel. I'm a dietitian and researcher in SEN. Very interesting presentation, and I'm excited to see research coming out on how community healthcare workers, because as you've mentioned, they are indeed our soldiers on the ground. My question is just what is the referral criteria?
So for community health workers, SAM is a MWOC less than 11.5, and then less than 12.5, they will fall in the MAM category, so they wouldn't necessarily end up at the hospital. But yeah.
To refer for MAM and SAM, or just SAM?
For both, because they get referred to the hospital, to the clinic, not the hospital. So there's a stop in between the community health worker and the hospital. But yeah, because a lot of SAMs we do manage in the clinic as well if there's no complications.
Okay, now, because I think to even detect earlier or to pick up earlier cases, obviously we need a more relaxed criteria for referral. Because if I understand correctly, we only refer these children once they're already malnourished.
Yeah.
And ideally, we would like to pick them up before, but we will only pick them up if our referral criteria is different.
Yeah, I mean, even better, but they shouldn't become malnourished. We should actually, part of the community health workers is to do health promotion and education.
Thank you. Next question.
My name is Professor Andres Munyegi from FastRec. Mine is just to commend you on the study on the malnutrition, but I wanted to bring in that we need to partner in the sense that we are in the fourth industrial revolution. We have got FTIR for assessing body composition, which is more a criterion method, which can help, because I know with the IAA, we have got project that works along the MAM and the SAM, but they are also applying the use of FTIR of the deuterium dilution techniques. We have it in our university. I think there's a room for us to partner. That's what I wanted to say. So that when you ever have another project, please think about us so that we can partner and do a good intervention in monitoring of malnutrition in children. Thank you very much.
That's what I like to hear emerging from this meeting.
Yeah, I mean, thank you for that.
Collaboration.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, MWOC as a screening tool, there's lots of, if you go to the evidence, there's lots of opposing views. Is it sensitive enough? Is it too sensitive, or what? So if you can do that accurately with better technology, that would be perfect.
Yeah, the fourth industrial revolution, yes, we've worked with community health workers and given them their tools and enabled them and supported them and got real-time geo-specific data on within 9 months. I think we had nearly 400,000 community members logged. All right, can we put your hands together for Dr. Stas? A very valuable contribution, and something that I've always, I know Prof. Marius, I challenged him and said, how can we have a center for excellence for nutrition and children are dying of starvation in this province? It's painful for me to think that we're meant to be a farming rural province, and you know, there's something slipping between the cracks there. Ms. Haasbroek-Pfeiffer, did I pronounce it correctly? As another interesting perspective, which I'm going to learn a lot about, phytochemicals and sheep nasal membranes. Excellent.
Okay, just to make sure what buttons do what. So thank you for the opportunity. Thank you, Prof, for the introduction. So my research differs a little bit of some of the other speakers that we've seen. I've got a very lab-based, well, not very, it is purely lab-based research that I've been doing. So I've looked at the intranasal permeation of several phytocompounds isolated from traditional medicinal plants used in South Africa, and I used tissue excised from sheep nasal cavities. So just a little bit of background on intranasal drug delivery. So in recent years, it's experienced quite an increase in research interest because it offers several advantages over, for example, oral drug administration or subcutaneous or some kind of injections. as it offers quite a large surface area and then it has quite high vascularity as well. In terms of patient compliance, it's also a little bit better, or maybe a lot better, than injections. It's very non-invasive or less invasive than injection therapies, and then it is also very easy to use. Another advantage that it offers is it offers direct nose-to-brain drug delivery. So we can administer a drug directly into the nasal cavity and have it absorbed directly into the brain. So this gives us a lot of different advantages. So in the nasal cavity, we have two main areas that we are looking at, the respiratory area and the olfactory area. So the respiratory area is much larger than, it comprises the largest area of the nasal cavity, whereas the olfactory epithelia only consists of less than 10% of the total nasal cavity. So, according to the WHO, mental disorders, which includes anxiety and depression, amounts very high, or is responsible for a very high global disability. So in South Africa, we have around 4% of the South African population suffering from depression and 3% suffering from anxiety. This data is pre-COVID, so I assume it will be higher now. Worldwide, there is a trend to use traditional medicines to treat these disorders. In the South African context, around 80% of the South African population use herbal medicines as their primary healthcare source. So this is where this generated quite an increase in the research interest into South African traditional medicines, and this is for all of the universities in South Africa. I know all of them are really focusing on different aspects of South African traditional medicines. So we focus then on traditional medicines that's used in South Africa for the treatment of depression and anxiety. So we focused on two medicinal plants, Centella asiatica and Sciletium tortuosum. So Centella asiatica, or gotukola, or pennywort, it has different names. Originally, what is found in tropical and subtropical areas of India and Asia, but it is also now naturalized to South Africa. The dried aerial parts are snuffed for the calming and sedative effects. So there are several phytocompounds that have been isolated that has pharmacological action. So for this study, we focused or used asiaticoside as a reference standard, and it is involved in the GABAergic pathway in terms of depression and anxiety. So mesembryanthemum tortuosum, or it is and was known as Sciletium or Kougoed or Kanna, different names indicating the same source. So it is indigenous to South Africa. The dried plant material is chewed or smoked for the anxiolytic or euphoric effects that it has. Again, several phytocompounds have been isolated. The main ones that have been isolated are the mesembrine-like alkaloids. So we used mesembrine as a reference standard in this study. So it is involved in serotonin transport and phosphodiesterase activity, which is related mostly to mesembrine and mesembrenone. Sorry, there's two. So the aim of this study was to isolate or to compare the permeation of different phytochemicals from different psychoactive medicinal plants across excised sheep respiratory and olfactory tissue. In order to achieve this, we had several objectives that we wanted to address. So firstly, we needed to prepare different plant extracts. We also needed to identify and isolate the different areas in the sheep nasal cavity, the olfactory and the respiratory area. We needed to determine if these tissues, when it was dissected out of the nasal cavity, remained intact across the 2-hour permeation study. And then we used this excised tissue to determine the permeation of the plant extracts and the isolated phytocompounds across the intranasal and nose-to-brain permeability tests. So I'll talk about that now. And then we conducted a histological examination of all the isolated tissues to make sure that the plant material did no harm to the tissues. So first we prepared an ethanolic extract of the Centella asiatica. We bought the asiaticoside reference standard. we made an acid-base extraction of the scaletium, and then we isolated or separated the alkaloids using ultra-high pressure liquid chromatography. Sorry, it's a mouthful. So with the help of a veterinarian, actually the DSI-PCDDP veterinarian, Dr. Nico Minnaar, he assisted us with the isolation or the identification of the different areas in the sheep nasal cavity. So this is a cross-section of the nasal cavity. The triangle indicates the ethmoid concha, which we identified as olfactory tissue. And then the asterisk indicates the respiratory tissue, which is then used for intranasal drug delivery. So the ethmoid concha and the olfactory tissue we use to determine nose-to-brain or simulate nose-to-brain drug delivery. So we had several test compounds. Lucifer yellow is the one added here that we use as an integrity marker to ensure that the excised tissue that we put into the diffusion chambers stayed intact across the permeation study. And then so the drugs that we saw permeated was actually the drugs permeating and not the tissue having damaged. So we applied firstly. So on the left-hand side, that is a graphical representation of a Swietana grass diffusion chamber. So you've got two half chambers squeezing the excised tissue in between. So you can then have the different areas of the tissue. So you can apply some test compound to the apical side, which is, for lack of a better word, the outside of the nose, and the basolateral side, which is then the blood side, which is next to the blood. And you can see that actually on the excised tissue, the vascularity of the tissue, you can see showing that that is the basolateral side of the tissue. So for the Centella asiatica, we did a bidirectional study. So we did this this is an additional set of experiments where we added the test solutions not to the apical side, but to the basolateral side of the Swietana grass chambers. And we then withdrew samples across a period of 120 minutes. So the Lucifer yellow was analyzed with fluorescent spectroscopy, and then the phytocompounds was analyzed by UPLC coupled to a mass spectrometer. The different time points, then we used the different time points to calculate an apparent permeability value for each of the compounds. And then, because we did bidirectional study, we calculated an efflux ratio for the Centella asiatica. After the permeation, we took the samples and fixed them in neutral buffer formalin. We also took some freshly excised nasal tissue samples to treat that we used as an untreated control. We fixed the samples in 10% neutral buffered formalin for at least 24 hours and up to 1 week. We then dehydrated it in a series of ethanol solutions, immersed it in xylene, and embedded it in paraffin. The paraffin blocks were sectioned and stained with hematoxylin, eosine, and Alcium blue. So the Lucifer yellow data I did not show for the sake of brevity, which I hope I'm getting to, but the tissues stayed intact across a 2-hour period in the presence of ethanol and without the presence of ethanol, or the 5% ethanol used to dilute or dissolve the plant extracts. Firstly, I will discuss the Centella asiatica results, permeation results. So on the graph, the left 4 bars indicates the respiratory area, and then the right 4 bars indicates the permeation across the olfactory area. The first 2 on each side is then for the crude extract, and then the second 2 bars is for the asiaticus side when it was applied alone. So you can see the transport or the permeation for asiaticus side alone is much higher than that we saw when it was applied as a crude extract. And this is relevant for the respiratory and the olfactory tissue. On the other hand, the basolateral to apical transport was also higher for the asiaticus side when it was applied alone. This indicates then that there was active efflux of the asiaticus side out of the cell or out of the blood in this theoretical setup that we have. So ER is the efflux ratio. So you can see for asiaticus side it's very, very high. So efflux ratio between 1 and more than 1 indicates that it is actively transported out of a cell. And then we have the permeation for scaletium. So again, on the left-hand side, we've got the respiratory data, and then on the right-hand side, we have the olfactory data. The first 4 bars is the 4 alkaloids that we analyzed in the crude extract, and then the black bar indicates when mesembrine was applied as alone. So you can see that the permeation across the respiratory and olfactory tissue was very similar for all of the phytocompounds or the mesembrine alkaloids that we analyzed. And then the mesembrine transport, when it was applied as a crude extract and when it was applied alone, was also very, very similar. So just a little bit of the histology. I like pictures, and I hope to do that more, but anyway. So on the left-hand side is the respiratory tissue from the untreated group, and on the right-hand side is the olfactory tissue from the untreated group. So the pink thick-walled artery, you can see the pink thick-walled arteries. The top layer is then the epithelial layer that is supported by the lamina propria. And on the respiratory tissue, you can also see some of the nasal glands. I wish I had a pointer to show you, but it's those clusters with some bright blue dots in. Then on the right-hand side for the olfactory tissue, we had some Bowman glands, which is different to a nasal gland. And then we also had, again, the thick-walled arteries. But here the distinguishable characteristic was the presence of nerve bundles. So one of the pathways that drugs can be transported directly into the brain from the nasal cavity is through the olfactory nerve pathway. So the drug moves in between the sheath and the neuron into the brain. That is why it has such quick action when you administer some drug with psychological activity in the nasal cavity. So this also just confirms that we excised the correct tissue from the nasal cavity. That means the ethmoid concha that we identified and isolated and dissected from represents olfactory epithelial tissue, and then the tissue dissected from the ventral nasal concha represents respiratory tissue. So on the top 2 pictures are for the permeation from Centella asiatica crude extract across the respiratory tissue. The bottom 2 micrographs displays the permeation, tissue after permeation with the crude extract, the olfactory tissue. And the left-hand side pictures is for apical to basolateral direction, and the right-hand side is basolateral to apical direction. So for all of I'm quickly going to go through the micrographs. Again, this is for the asiaticus side. So in all of these pictures, we did not see any particular cell damage, and we saw no histopathological alterations in the structure of the tissues. So this indicates that the crude extracts and the phytocompounds alone did not do damage to the tissue, so it is safe to use. So in conclusion, we saw that there's distinguishable morphological differences between respiratory and olfactory tissue, and we saw that we isolated the correct areas in the sheep nasal cavity. The lucifer yellow permeation showed that the tissue stayed intact across the 2-hour permeation study. We saw the asiaticus side was higher when it was administered alone across both the respiratory and olfactory tissue, but it also underwent higher active efflux when it was administered alone versus when it was administered as a crude extract. The mesembrine permeation was very similar when it was compared between the both tissues and between the crude extract and the mesembrine alone. So even though it is quite small quantities that permeated, it does give us promise or potential to have this plant material or the crude extracts formulated for intranasal administration. So thank you for the opportunity to share my very theoretical lab-based research with you guys. Any questions?
Thank you. The questions will have to come in the social time.
Sorry.
Not a problem. This route of administering medicine is becoming more and more important.
Yes.
For example, one example is in remote medicine, administering analgesia. You can administer it nasally, and it's quite an easy way. Are there any questions from outside? There are no questions. So, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
It's interesting to see how the science that underpins the clinical applications. I'd like to welcome Mr. S. Dubazana, and you're going to give us some insights into TB.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sanmoran, good afternoon. My name is Sia, and I'll present some of the work we did on Exhale. Right, our study was looking at people who died from home and who did not present to the hospital with no symptoms or anything like that. So the rationale of the study was based on the fact that we see an identified, we see a number of, we see a high number of home deaths in our country and in sub-Saharan Africa. And most of the time, mortality reports indicate a quarter, or at least 1/4 of deaths in SA occur at home, and where the cause of death is unknown. And most of the time, death certificates frequently cite poorly descripted causes of death. So previous studies have shown that 31.8% of adults dying at home have TB. If you guys were here in the morning with Prof. Variava, he spoke briefly on that as well. So in light of this, we conducted a qualitative study and interviewed household contacts of adults who died at home without an apparent cause of death, which aimed to explore health-seeking behaviors by the deceased and by family members of the deceased to better understand the delays for accessing care. So the purpose of the study was to explore health-seeking behaviors of the deceased and to better understand reasons for delays in accessing care. So the methods employed in the study, we approached at least 15 funeral parlors in the Matlosana region of Northwest, and they provided details of adults who died at home. And we obtained consent from family members to do the study. It was nested in a larger study where they tried to look at the prevalence of undiagnosed TB and COVID-19. So interviews took place between 2 to 6 weeks after the burial of the deceased, and just to allow families to come to terms with the passing of their loved one. And then the interviews were conducted in the participants' local language, which was mostly Setswana and Afrikaans, and they were audio recorded, transcribed, and translated into English for analysis. And then for analyzing this data, we used thematic content analysis, and this was done with a software called Atlas. It's a highly sophisticated software for qualitative research. So the results of this study, we did at least 21 interviews with close household contacts of the deceased, and some of the themes or topics explored in the study involved health-seeking behaviors, medical history, healthcare visits, whether they went to see the doctor or not, and the perceptions around the causes of death. So out of these 21 interviews, at least 6 emergent themes were identified. These include financial limitations, COVID-19 restrictions, non-adherence to treatment, and the use of traditional medicine, prolonged healthcare processes, and healthcare system challenges. And some of the, particularly with financial limitations, patients could, or rather participants in our study could not go to the healthcare facilities because maybe, for example, they did not have money for taxi fare. And also regarding COVID-19 lockdown restrictions, hospitals and healthcare facilities were not exempt from lockdown restrictions, and there were issues relating to non-adherence to treatment because of unemployment, no access to food, or other nutrient food that would allow them to take the, treatments. And then other participants used traditional medicine instead of going to healthcare facilities to consult with a GP or any other healthcare professional. So these are some of the exemplar quotes we saw, like the one on top left. It says, "They never told her the cause of death. For me, what I saw, it was her whole body was swollen, and they said maybe it's her heart." So we identified that this is a healthcare system challenge in that some healthcare professionals could not identify what the actual causes of death, and in turn, they could probably describe that in the death certificate and they would say it's a natural cause, whereas there could be an underlying cause behind that. And then another healthcare problem or healthcare system challenge we identified was that ambulances usually took hours to get to the scene of the emergency. This one quote here, top right corner of the screen, it says, yeah, the doctor is the first thing a person thinks of when someone is not well. These ambulances, you won't call them. They will come after 3 hours and they'll find a person already dead. And this was observed to be true in one of the participants' lives. An ambulance came after the person had died, and they called the ambulance, I think 10 in the morning. They came a few hours later. So in conclusion, our participants expressed that the barriers and delays in accessing care were persistent and have been further exacerbated by COVID-19 lockdown restrictions. And we feel that as researchers, healthcare institutions like clinics and hospitals should be exempt from COVID-19 restrictions in an effort to allow access to care, and that more social assistance strategies to help marginalized TB patients to curb defaulting. And that, lastly, we feel that reviews based on verbal autopsies and in-depth interviews exploring delays in accessing care and taking up treatment in sentinel sites like Matlosana may provide valuable insights and targets for future interventions. Thank you.
Thank you for that important presentation. Are there any questions about it? No, there might. It's important to understand that we sit with people that can't get care because there isn't the transport, or they're told to go and buy their medicines elsewhere because there's nothing in the clinic. No, these things are so important to fundamental primary care, and yet we still fail. I see there's one question, Dr. Non, in the back.
Yeah, thank you very much for your research. If I heard you quite clearly, you mentioned that the files were from the funeral parlor. The clarity that I am seeking is whether from the funeral parlor they wrote the cause of death. So those files were, the cause of death were categorically stated. So I'm just trying to get clarity to say, to get clarity on the Home Affairs files versus the funeral parlor files, so that, you know, I can appreciate the study correctly. And within your themes identified, I'm quite happy because these are the common themes that we come across. I think that there was an in-depth research on that, so I appreciate it very much that what we are getting in our setting, it is identified somewhere else. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the question. So the funeral parlor did not provide any causes of death. Remember, this was nested within the larger survey that was looking at undiagnosed TB, and so we don't know whether these people died from TB or there was an intersection of TB and other medical conditions. So I'm not sure if that answers your question exactly. But in our analysis, in the quantitative survey, we found at least 17% of the participants didn't die from TB. They had undiagnosed TB, though.
So they did biopsies on those that they saw had died, and 17% of them had the tuberculosis bacillus in their body. Whether they died of active TB or this was just a latent infection, it's unclear. All right, thank you very much. I can see maybe you can continue that discussion to clarify the questions later. Can you put your hands together just to celebrate those three presentations? And that was session one on clinical care. We're moving swiftly forward onto the second session, which is more to do with health systems and human resources for health. So, Prof. Handimos, you're welcome. I think I was told I must be strict with everyone, so I have to be strict with, like I tried to be strict with my boss this morning. I wasn't very successful, but the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everybody. Can you hear me? I'm the short one. Thank you. Right. Thanks. Thank you very much for the opportunity. I took heed of the suggestions that was made earlier this morning that we should come and present our findings that we've done in our communities. And this project that I want to give feedback on is one of a controlled intervention study that we ran in the district pre-COVID. And it was to investigate if we followed a pragmatic approach, the biokinetics profession's intervention in the prevention and management of risk factors for non-communicable diseases. What will we find? Just to give some background, as most of you know, we are a country with a rich fauna and flora and a big diversity in our cultural heritage. But with this, we also have a big divide between the rich and the poor. And living circumstances, of course, also comes into play in this big divide between the rich and the poor. But together with this big discrepancy, we also have a burden of disease that is contributing to the health outcomes that we have in our country. And this is from Statistics South Africa 2018, where we can see that non-communicable diseases are contributing more than 50% to the burden of disease. And this is what is also placing a large burden on our national health system. We're not only familiar for the big five that we have in animals, but we are also now famous for our big five and non-communicable diseases, which is your cardiovascular, your chronic respiratory, your cancers, diabetes, and the mental health issues. And those are the 5 risk factors that contribute to these non-communicable diseases, and you are familiar with them as well. And they're also addressed in the National Development Plan, where quality of health needs to be improved by implementing healthy diets and more physical activity to the broader population. And if we specifically look at physical activity or inactivity, which is the risk factor, we continue to find that South Africans are the least inactive people, I think, in the world. My colleagues have just been to an international conference. But if we look at people over the age of 50, it's more than 50% of those people are insufficiently active. And this is also the age group where we find the risk factors for non-communicable diseases on the increase. A recent study that they've looked at the mortality rates associated with physical activity, and this is now based on new objective measurements where our previous data was on self-report. And we can find that no matter how much exercise you do, you reduce your risk of mortality. If you look at the slide at the bottom left, where it's your moderate to vigorous physical activity as minutes per day, as little as 24 minutes of moderate to vigorous physical activity already reduces your risk of disease significantly or mortality. The World Health Organization strives to reduce physical inactivity by 15% by the year 2030. So based on this background, we developed the Be Healthy study, which was, as I mentioned, a pragmatic approach to an exercise intervention, specifically in a low-resource community. So we selected 2 clinics in the Kenneth Kaunda district, which the one was allocated the control clinic and the other one the intervention clinic. We recruited 200 participants between the ages of 35 and 75 years, and we did baseline measurements. We presented an exercise intervention after baseline measurements for 12 weeks or 3 months. We did a retest and followed up after another 3 months, which was 6 months. We intended to do a retention at the end, but you will see the dropout was quite large. So the measurements that we collected at baseline and after intervention was your demographic information that had your socioeconomic status, literacy, and average household income. We had questionnaires on health-related quality of life, physical activity knowledge, knowledge on risk factors for coronary heart disease. We had some biological measurements, which were peripheral glucose, cholesterol, and triglycerides. And the physical measurements included stature, weight, body composition. We collected 7-day habitual physical activity by objective measurement, cardiorespiratory fitness, and functional performance test battery. Together with these measurements, we also had focus group discussions where we considered perceptions and knowledge of physical activity and risk factors for non-communicable diseases. So the small device on the top there is the ActiHeart that the participants wore for 7 consecutive days after it was calibrated. And you can see the functional performance test were hand grip, stand up, sit and stand, single leg stand, and timed up and go, which is a compilation of agility and balance and coordination. And this was the focus group discussions, what was focused on the perceptions and knowledge. So the intervention, we had a general health intervention where we had a warm-up session. We focused on aerobic activities, muscle strength and endurance, balance and coordination, and flexibility. We started off with 20 minutes of exercise, which we progressed every month until it was 30 minutes of aerobic exercise, and the total exercise intervention lasted 60 minutes. It was, of course, also progressed for muscle endurance and strength. And as you can see from the photos, we included even those that were too weak to exercise by themselves, and we made use of chair exercises. And with the progression, we were able to move the ladies that were in the chairs to exercise with the rest of the group later on. Just a quick move through the results. You can see the average age of this group was 59 years, and they were all obese, or the average was obesity of 32 and a waist circumference of 91 centimeters. If we look at the descriptive characteristics of their physical activity levels, we could see that the PUL, which is an index, was less than 1.5, which reports them as physically inactive. Moderate to vigorous physical activity was reported as 41 minutes, and this is because it was objective. We many times find in self-report that the people do not report the household chores as activity, but the device they wore also counts this in. Then in the functional performance analysis that baseline that we did, we can see they scored lower than the norm for their age group. The results of the intervention, which was after the 12 weeks, significant differences were found for specifically the BMI, the waist circumference, and the body fat percentage when compared to the control group. We unfortunately had a 40% dropout rate during this intervention. If we look at the changes that we observed in the health characteristics, you could see that systolic and diastolic blood pressure reduced significantly in the experimental group, and it was significant after adjustment for the control group. And then the mental or the quality of life, which measured physical component and mental component, we also found a significant improvement in that aspect. And then the physical fitness improved. The activity levels over the period or habitual for a week also improved, and the functional performance timed up and go, which gives an indication of the ability to move independently, was also significantly improved. Right, so I think to summarize the findings, we found that recruited in this study was mainly females, and we see it across many of our study samples that the males do not show interest in being involved in intervention or in our research studies. The household income was very low, so this was a low resource community with low levels of education. And at baseline with the perceptions and knowledge interviews, we found that there was a lack of knowledge and perceptions about physical activity and risk factors. But this changed after the 12-week intervention. And even in 24 weeks, they had a deeper understanding of the risk factors, what was the factors that contributed and how they can manage it. There you can see some of the quotes from the participants in the study. We also had separate interviews at the end of the study where the participants indicated how they enjoyed being part of this study and specifically exercising in a group. So our final discussion is that there was a high prevalence of non-communicable disease risk factors in this population, that the exercise intervention reduced the blood pressure and the body composition, it improved the fitness and the physical activity, and it improved the quality of life as well as the functional performance, and knowledge and perceptions about physical activity and risk factors also improved in this community. So in conclusion, a supervised exercise intervention improved the health outcomes of the people living in a low-resource community, and these persons were all dependent on the public health system for their health treatment. What I did not write down here is prior to the study, we also measured the time that it took participants since they arrived at the clinics until they were leaving, because the groups that we included was the support groups for the non-communicable diseases, and they were spending more than 5 hours at the clinic just to come and receive their medication. And with the implementation of this program and biokinetics, which you will see the scope, we were able to assist the nurses in the clinic to do the health screening, which included the glucose, the blood pressure, the body composition, and that freed up the hands of the nurses, which allowed them to go and prepare the medication for this support group. And while they were waiting for the nurses to prepare the medication, we exercised the people. So after the 2 hours, they were now ready to leave, which shortened their waiting time and also opening up the hands of the nurses. You can see the scope of biokinetics is then the profession that addresses the risk factors for non-communicable diseases, and that's why I actually included it in my title, that I think there's a scope for biokinetics to move into the public health. This study shows that we do find improvements and that we can change the lives. And I like this proverb, if we want to go fast, you go alone, but if you want to go far, you go together. And with health, these participants show that they wanted to do it together. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for that important bit of information, just to show how, and I don't know how many biokinetists are employed within the province. I don't think there are any. One.
He's the clinical case manager.
Yeah, clinical case manager. So you can see, but it doesn't have to always be a biokinetist. In the Northwest, we've copied what they've done in the Western Cape, and we've got Northwest on wellness, and we've got wellness champions that in under-resourced areas mobilize groups like this, and because no one knows how safe it is, how easy it is to move and exercise in informal areas. So really novel ways of doing it need to be understood and worked through. And just in a few weeks, you're not going to get any medicine that powerful that is going to have that impact. And it is just to get people moving. So sometimes, as you said, things are complicated, but sometimes they're very easy. And there's one question. Oh, wait, there's one. Two, is there a question from outside? Let's take the external first.
Dr. Faith Kamalu on Zoom asks, what is the cost of the intervention and what are her thoughts on getting men to participate more and also improve their health-seeking behavior?
All right, right. We'll get a few questions together and you club them all. Ma'am, you had a question? Just a quick introduction of yourself and then...
Good morning. Is it still morning?
It's afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'm Dr. Apple Green. I'm a family medicine registrar. Thank you so much, Prof. That was so informative. My heart is for physical activity, especially in low resource settings. My question, you had a qualitative component that looked at perceptions, knowledge, and barriers, and I was wondering what were the barriers that you managed to unearth in your research. And then other thing is that I noticed that for me, physical activity in a low resource setting is a bit of a problem because we are asking, I don't know, maybe this is just my thoughts, but I think physical activity seems like a luxury that you think about once you have food in place and the neighborhood
Your gym,
is
Virgin
safe.
Active.
Yes, once everything is sorted, you have your investments and your properties, and then you can think, oh, I need to be active. But in communities where there is food insecurity and crime and all of these things, I find it very challenging to maintain it. And this is the area, this is the population that is at risk and suffer from morbidity and mortality. But thank you so much, that was very informative.
We'll take one more question because we've pushed for time and then we'll move on.
I'm Dr. Mutala, working in family medicine in Sepong Hospital. For me, the worrying feature is the high dropout rate. Because I think that's the primary challenge, is to keep this going. Because it's fine to have an intervention, but to achieve long-term sustainable results, that is your biggest challenge, is to have something which is continuous and has a major impact long-term.
Thank you very much. You're testing my memory as well. For the online question, it was a low-cost intervention where we made use of elastic bands, step boxes, and body weight exercises, and we were able to find the results that we did. The question on involving men, I have come across an idea in Australia that they used but not been able to implement it here, where they call it men shacks, where they specifically recruit men at different work environments, CEOs or blue-collar workers or whatever, and they have a men's shack and they create a collaborative situation. Say for the blue-collar workers, you learn a new skill when you go to the men's shack, and at that place you talk about your health concerns, and that's a way maybe to start introducing it in men community where men will also join. So that's a possibility. To go back to your question about the luxury of being physically active, that is what came out in our qualitative work, is the perception is a very westernized perception. I have to go to the gym, I have to have the clothes. And then the men of these women was finding it inappropriate for women to wear the clothes, tight-fitting clothes, going to a gym. So it's about motivating that any movement that you do is better than nothing, and even washing, cleaning, it also contributes, and walking just a little bit faster. So that is, I think it links up to the next question that also speaks to the dropout and how do we keep it sustainable, is to change the perceptions. As you saw, when the intervention, when the participants was experiencing changes in the biological measurements, their perceptions also started changing. To make it the adherence better, we have a follow-up project that we're planning to see if we can bring in some more flyers or technology or mobile text messages where we disseminate exercise programs and where people can make smaller groups within their communities, because it is about the safety, it is about the space. So there's a follow-up project where we have some ideas to see if we cannot rather decentralize these exercise groups to make more people adhere to the exercise, because traveling to the facility where we trained there was also part of the challenge, which contributed to the dropout rates, I think. I have to stop.
Yeah, thank you, Prof. Handley. And you can give a round of applause. Yeah, wellness, people have got to take responsibility for their own health and to pass that ball on to someone to let them know that they can improve their health status in under-resourced settings and to maintain it. And there's good evidence that it works with these wellness programs and the support. Dr. Keith Cloete, the head of health in the Western Cape, has described these wellness initiatives as social movements, and they are still going, and they're going strong. I'd like to welcome the next presenter, Prof. Usay. There he is. And he's going to venture into the fourth industrial revolution. Somewhere there's a cloud. If we had to ask everyone, where's this cloud where all the information is, they wouldn't be able to answer too clearly. So hopefully we can find out what the implications of that and with our data. So Prof. Usay, over to you.
Thank you so much. In short, it's going to be a lot of venturing, and I'm going to take a risk. What actually premised this is our faculty is leading in research integrity in this university. And there's no ways that you're going to talk about ethics and laws in research without talking about integrity in research. And the other thing is, very recently, we all went through the experience of COVID, and a lot of work were being placed in the cloud, and a lot of work were being done remotely. So that really is the background for this title. And the title is Laws and Ethics of Care in the Cloud Era. And what's the cloud era? Now, before now, yes, we went through a bit of cloud era, the potential for medical legal suits and jurisdictional implications for healthcare in South Africa. Yeah, the temptation was also there for me to talk about medical negligence, but I just thought, you know what, the premise of medical negligence is going to be a little bit broad, and let's limit it to what jurisdiction is and what would be the definition of jurisdiction. And again, a lot of us are probably used to the word ethics, and ethics of research and ethics of care. And again, NWU as a university prides, one of the values and one of the pride of this university is ethic of care. And we cannot talk about this without beginning to think about the care that you give to the virtual society. And Prof. Andrew really put it very, very nicely. Where is the cloud? The cloud is here. Now, who are we as a university? I put this here, and well, my entity is lifestyle diseases, and listening to the previous speaker, somehow I'm happy I never really talked about NCDs. She has said everything that I needed to have said about risk and NCDs, and I'm happy that I'm talking about something in the cloud and laws and legal implication of what happens in the cloud. And there, who are we? We are NWU. Their healthcare practitioners are expected to always adhere to strict ethical and legal principles of confidentiality and privacy. Now, this is also relevant in the era of data storage, cloud computing, and protecting the fundamental rights of patients as enshrined in our section 14D of the South African Constitution that stipulates that everyone has a right to privacy, which includes a right not to have details and all the things that we need in the healthcare in terms of confidentiality exposed to the third party. So as a practitioner, the privacy of our communication should not be infringed. It's important that we keep this and guard this either in the cloud or protect it when it's kept in the cloud. And we cater to the demands of IT in terms of increasing capacity and features with decreasing cost. And also cloud computing can be defined as a network of virtual computers hosted outside our firewalls. Now, cloud computing are in a wide variety of forms. South African various policies, legislation, and regulation initiated shortly after 1994 did not sufficiently appreciate the reality of data in the digital economy. And I would say this is actually more relevant in the past few years. And again, majority of ethics and healthcare regulations that were enacted before the fourth industrial regulations never really put into cognizance what will happen to your data, to my data, to your information or mine when it's kept in the clouds. There are so many legislations that we've attempted as a country to put together to protect this, but how effective are they? And a few of them I've actually highlighted. Here we have, I don't know whether this list works, okay. There's the Electronic Communication and Transaction Act of 2002. There's also the Electronic Communication Act of 2005, and Independent Communication Authority of South Africa of 2000, and Competition Commission Act of 1998 were established when internet usage was significantly low in relation to the population of South Africa. And apart from that, we never had the kind of, should I say, the kind of trials that COVID brought to our doorstep. So most of the time we looked at it or used this as a matter of luxury. We used it as a matter of, must have, but we never saw it as a way of life. COVID did something to all of us. It actually brought keeping data and protecting data virtually as a way of life. Now, is there a legal risk to this? Yes, there is. In addition to the ethical and integrity risk, there is a legal risk. Who possesses this data? Of course, the law of possession comes into play so easily. The law of possession actually goes beyond just taking and having something. It goes at the level of property, the property rights. The cloud provider can be considered as a legal custodian, owner or possessor of the data, thereby causing complexities in legal matters around trademark infringement, around privacy of users and their data, and abuse and security. If the data is abused, who is liable? So the issue of usage of data, the liability goes beyond just the provider. What is the purpose of my presentation? Is the transnational nature of cloud computing results in multiple jurisdictions asserting the authority to regulate activities. The drafter of ethics in healthcare had no clue of the implication of ethics on virtual healthcare in the 21st century. In South Africa, there's a lot of, we're still a little bit careful because of payers to health on how do you deal with virtual healthcare. And the health insurance are still very slow at approving this and granting pay to it, unlike what is happening globally. Consultations in most other parts of the world, including the United States of America, actually pays for consultation when it's done virtually. And the South African environment is still very slow at taking this on board. Hence the need to explore the protection of patients' information and healthcare providers in line with ethical and legal principles. What methods was used here? This work critically analyzed existing legislation such as the POPI Act of South Africa 2018, which gives effect to the constitutional rights of privacy, the one I mentioned earlier, the Section 14 of the Constitution. One of the elements of privacy is the protection of personal information. In April 2021, the government released the draft National Data and Cloud Policy for public comment, setting out legal imperatives for the collection, storage, and use of personal information belonging to South African citizens. And here, the jurisdiction were clearly stipulated. The competence of a court to hear and determine an issue between the parties. A court may have limitations to its jurisdiction due to its subject matter, amount of dispute, the territory, and the parties. There are three main types of jurisdiction. One of them is territorial, the other one is personal, then is subject matter. And there's a geopolitical level of jurisdiction, which are often divided into regional, the state, national, and international levels. And determining jurisdiction helps define how a case shall be tried and at what level of the court. So, and this is also very relevant in cloud computing. Jurisdiction is more fully dealt with in Chapter 5 of POPE Act. There was a time just within the COVID era, I think this university strongly there was a paradigm shift to storage of data and storage of information, and a lot of us, the attention was drawn to the POPE Act. But one of the things I thought I should stress in the course of my presentation is the Chapter 5 of the Act, and it talks about who is responsible and the operators and transborder information flows which requires careful consideration, and the establishment of information regulator as is indicated in Section 39, there is hereby established a juristic person to be known as the information regulator, which has its jurisdiction throughout the Republic. And the magistrate court's jurisdiction is also enshrined in this Act, that an offense under this Act has been or is being committed, that evidence of the contravention or its commission of the offense is to be found on any premises specified in the information that are within the jurisdiction of that judge or magistrate. This may include subject to subsection 2 that grants a warrant to enter and search such premises. Section 108, the magistrate's court has jurisdiction to impose penalties. And then, despite anything to the contrary contained in any law, any other law, a magistrate's court has jurisdiction again to impose any penalty provided in Section 107. Now, the civil remedies are there in Section 99. At the request of the data subject, the regulator may institute a civil action for damages in a court having jurisdiction against a responsible party for the breach of the provision of this Act as referred to in Section 73, whether or not there's intent or negligence on the part of the responsible party. Please, I think it's important for us to highlight those intent and negligence. The outcome of this work was to look at the major concerns identified, which is linked to information security within a cloud computing environment, the POPE Act, which provides an ideal opportunity to address information security-related concerns and foster a trusting relationship between potential cloud users and cloud providers. There might be the need to create more protected servers as we move on. The clinical implication of this work is that, yes, the cloud computing is transnational. This can result in multiple jurisdictions, and that there is taxation implication on this. Compliance is also a factor. The conflict of laws across different countries could also be a factor. Litigation implications are significant clinical care and of jurisdictional consequences. And in conclusion, the impact of POPE Act on health information system cannot be underestimated. How health information is processed is intricate and requires attention to its safeguarding and understanding of the implication of possible leaks. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Hussein. I think in the previous presentation I said some things are complicated and we make them simple. Now these things are, data is made more simple with the cloud, but it's actually made it more complicated. Are there any questions? Are you happy with all your data somewhere there in the cloud? There's one question, Dr. Laburu.
No, thanks, Prof. When you spoke about the data and saying that the cloud owner, cloud provider may actually turn out to be the owner of the information, I'm not sure whether that is not problematic. Because if I invited somebody to my wedding and he's taking a video of my wedding, does the video become his? Because it is my wedding. Surely, the government, we invite people to store our information, health information as government. So surely the information must still remain ours, and we pay those people. And I'm worried because I've seen with picture archiving system, PEC systems, or let's say radiological information system, where somebody will store our information. And when that person's term contract expires, the person does not give us access to the information. Later, when there's litigation, when we need those kind of CT scans or whatnot, that person will come at a price to come and make our information available to ourselves. Which brings me to a point where I suspected that somewhere where you said our policies were enacted before, let's say before the Fourth Industrial Revolution, I thought you were suggesting that maybe we need serious policy review and regulation review so that the acts and the law can speak to the now. Thanks.
Thank you so much. My quick response is there are two. Yeah, there's a question and there's a concern. And let me take the response before the concern. The response is to look at the loopholes in laws. And that is what you do all the time when you look at regulations and, and laws. And in this case, yes, you're absolutely correct that these laws and some of the laws that were enacted before 4IR and enacted before the obvious implication of COVID. And again, you look at the level of knowledge and awareness in our societies when we look at research and ethics and you look at coercion. And at the time that you are giving your wedding photograph to someone who is storing it, you probably do not have a knowledge of the financial benefits of that storage. And someone is going to later on tell you about the financial benefits, about the embarrassment that you probably face when you now see the wedding pictures in the future, and you need to protect those rights. And that is why it's important going forward that most of these laws and acts and regulations should be living documents, and that allows for us to be able to look at this from time to time and make them relevant to our society going forward. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And I think with that, give Prof. another round of applause. Thank you very much. We're going to break for lunch. We'll reconvene at about at 2 o'clock. And just those of you who are wanting to log CPD, how can we do this? Do anyone have to fill out any details? You've got all the details on the application. So as long as you've got your registration number when you applied, you'll get your CPD points uploaded automatically to the cloud. I beg your pardon, to Health Professions Council. All right, thank you. And one round of applause for all the presenters, and enjoy your lunch. Thank you.
is the best contribution in the second session, the breakout room. So we're going to vote for this session. So we will vote best contribution.
Are we ready for Claire? Is it going to come on? Good afternoon, colleagues. You can see the Northwest University is very advanced. They've changed the gender of this one Professor Petra Bester. I'm standing here, I'm your presenter for session number 2. No, I'm the man who's going to carry on, seeing I've had the power of the microphone. We're going to start off with a virtual presentation by Dr. Claire van Deventer, who used to be a family physician in the Kenneth Kaunda district. And I don't know how long it is and what it contains. It'll be interesting for me as well to see. Are we ready for that? The actual presentations will start at 2:15. So I don't see everyone here. I think, I don't know, the dietary effects of the lunch were so great that people lost so much weight that they disappeared completely. So, which is a pity. Oh, here we got the right fit. And are you ready to roll? Carry on.
I am so happy to be joining you today, although it's really just in spirit. I'm sorry I can't be there physically. A lovely, lovely theme, research unmasked. And this is probably in the 20th, 21st, 22nd research day since the inception in the early 2000s in this district, which I think is a huge achievement, working together as the university, the district, the college, and a whole lot of other instances. So I hope it's going to be a wonderful day. Fitting in then literally with the theme, my title is The Right Fit. So all researchers have a paradigm with which they work. This is basically just a model or an approach, or in a simpler way of understanding it, the glasses through which the researcher looks. So the common paradigms in health care research are positivism, which is the most common. This is a quantitative methodology. It includes surveys, case control studies, RTCs. There's always a hypothesis that the researcher wants to test, and there's usually statistics involved, p-values, confidence intervals. It's very mathematical. The interpretive, on the other hand, is more an understanding of why people do things or how people understand things. This is a qualitative paradigm. So open-ended interviews are used, or focus groups. Themes are identified and analyzed, and eventually a conclusion is drawn. Subsections of this would be ethnographic research, narrative research, document analysis. Then the one that I like the most and have used the most is emancipatory or critical research. This includes participatory action research, EBCD, empowerment evaluation. I'll be speaking quite a bit about these because these are the ones that I'm interested in and that I'd like to challenge you all to start looking at a bit and thinking of them as possible fits for your questions. Then the last one that I want to just mention is systems research. Quality improvement has now been acknowledged as an actual research methodology, and it could use any of the above or other methods included into the cycle. There is therefore a balance between asking the right question and choosing the right method, and this is where the fit lies. So just very quick examples of each of the above paradigms. Quantitative, a question might be how many HIV positive women are having a cervical smear done annually at Clinic X. A qualitative question might be why are asthmatic patients reluctant to use inhalers. A PAR type of research might be why are mental health users not being optimally helped in the district, and then these patients would obviously become part of the analysis and the solution to this question. And a quality improvement project might be chosen to answer the question why the malnutrition statistics in hospital are increasing. In other words, to understand the broader system and not just one single unit. So one of the types of research that I was involved in many years ago in Venda was participatory action research. This is cycles of action and reflection, and there has to be complete participation by the people being researched. So I was training primary healthcare nurses, and my need was to see how it would be possible for the nurses to become more community orientated. So we visited, as a group, we visited different villages, walked through the villages, asked open questions. This eventually led to meetings in the villages and many improvements and fascinating insights that we wouldn't otherwise have had. We would go back to the classroom and reflect on the meeting, on all the notes that we had taken, on the answers people had given. But the primary unit of research was not the community, it was actually the nurses. So right at the end of the project, there was a open-ended interview with all the nurses to try and understand what new knowledge had been created for them, because this is the importance of PAR. And the interesting finding was, when it really boiled down to the basics, that the nurses felt both empowered and disempowered by the whole process of community involvement and participatory action research. Then, as part of an ongoing quality improvement project with children in one of the sub-districts in Dr. Kenneth Kaunda, the Potchefstroom sub-district, the Tlokwe sub-district, the topic being empowerment of patients in their own care, we had been looking at malnourished HIV-positive children, and for 10 years we'd been looking at the statistics, been putting interventions into place. We'd involved many of the departments at the university. The dietitian students had reached out into the communities. There was tracing. Multidisciplinary members were in the clinic. There was a lot of positive feedback and improvement. However, what we had realized was that the patients had never ever really been involved, and part of this project was to use experience-based co-design, or EBCD, to see if one brought this into the QIP circle, if it would add value at all. The question was, how can we improve a QIP which is a bit stuck? So malnutrition and HIV in children, there were many effective strategies already put into place, as I had already mentioned. So we started to try and involve mothers and caregivers, and there are a number of tools, very specific tools in EBCD, where one does initial analysis using specific tools. Then one does audio and video interviews with staff and with mothers and caregivers. Once those are shown to the different groups separately, they are combined, and the whole group, in other words, the caregivers, mothers, and the staff, all come together and reflect on what has come out of all these interviews. And a lot of this is quite upsetting, some of it's fascinating, exciting, and then once those meetings have been done, co-design teams are constituted, and in each little co-design team different topics are dealt with and solutions are sought. The co-design teams are combined mothers, caregivers and staff members, so that is where the whole co-design terminology comes in. EBCD looks at the design of a service towards users of that service. So performance, the P, is how well does the service actually do its job. Engineering, how safe and reliable is that service. And then what they call the aesthetics of experience, how do people within the health services, in our example, how do they experience their journey through that service? So two of the tools that are used are touch points, where we went and looked at each area that patients came into contact with the service, for example, primary health care, at the hospital, at the HIV clinic. And then emotional mapping, actually giving names to emotions at each of these points in terms of what had happened to each individual at these points. And then on the far right side are examples of the lists that had been made by individuals and then by the group as a whole in terms of what they had thought about problems and solutions to these problems. And then finally, empowerment evaluation. So the topic again was empowerment of patients in their care. This was part of an ongoing chronic patient care QIP that had also been going in the district for about 10 years. A lot of information was followed on a regular basis. We knew basically what was happening and how well patients were controlled or not, and how well protocols were being implemented. There were many interventions and training. There were chronic cards in each file at the clinics, good down referrals and up referrals. Protocols were being followed well, and quite a good interdisciplinary health promoter, dietitian, hospital, clinic balance had been reached. But again, the patients had not been involved at all. So to bring this into the QIP, empowerment evaluation was attempted. And then finally, so again, the question was, how can we improve a QIP which is a bit stuck or it's got into a bit of a rut? And as I said, many things had improved. However, looking at what patients thought and how they experienced the system was important. So empowerment evaluation is a bit like participatory action research, but there are very specific measuring instruments, simple instruments where we used stickers to count patients' percentages, and very visual boards that we used to try and come to conclusions with patients about what worked, what didn't work, what their solutions, what their suggestions were. So on the left are examples of the measuring tools, very simple as you can see. So the first one, top left, is the initial measurement of how patients valued the system within which they found themselves, specifically the chronically ill patients. And then the one beneath that was, after their suggestions had been implemented, how well they thought this had changed matters for them. Some of the suggestions that they had given were to explain why pills changed colors and shapes, and they didn't understand what was going on. As we know, this often happens when different tenders are accepted, that the colors and the shapes of pills are changed. So we had a very nice little posters that the pharmacy helped us with, put up in each clinic so that patients could understand visually what was going on. We had a chronic vision for each clinic, in which the patients had spelled out what they wanted. They did this, they translated this, we put this up in each of the clinics that were involved. Also, somebody, a queue monitor chosen from a patient, from a committee member of the clinic, who would do queue management every morning. They got special little sashes and special identification tags. These were all some of the very interesting and useful things that came out of this research. I used quality improvement projects as the background to my research. What's very nice about that is you already have a lot of information, and you can insert a methodology that's interesting you into the QIP cycle and see again after 3 months, 6 months, a year, has that actually ever made a difference? So all of this research is measurable, but it's just measured in different ways. It looks at different things, but in every instance, the fit with the question that you're asking needs to be with your methodology. I really hope this challenges some of you that might be struggling to get your question and your method really to talk to each other. I hope this encourages you to look a bit more widely at other possibilities and to really enjoy the research and the possibilities that this yields. Have a wonderful day. I'll be thinking of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Claire, Prof. Claire, I think. She was the family physician in this district for many years until she retired. Let's get on with the session 3, and it's the social determinants of health and primary health care. We've got our first presenter, Prof. Liz Havemann-Nell. She's looking at how do we train healthcare professionals to improve early life nutrition. So it's a really important part of healthcare, and there's a lot of work to be done. Thanks, Lisa.
Thank you very much, Prof. Andrew. I would just like to mention I am a dietitian, and lunch is supposed to give you energy. Food is supposed to give you energy. It's not supposed to cause a post-lunch slump and chase people away. So I'm employed in the Centre of Excellence for Nutrition at Noordwes-Universiteit, and I'm also presently the South African Impensa project coordinator, and I will talk a little bit more about Impensa just now. So the topic of my presentation is addressing training needs of healthcare professionals to improve early life nutrition, the Impensa training project. And the purpose today specifically is to showcase a blended training program, i.e. the Impensa training program, that equips healthcare professionals to better support optimal nutrition during the first 1,000 days. So just briefly, Impensa is a capacity building project to improve nutrition and health in South Africa. And it's a Erasmus Plus EU funded, co-funded project, and a consortium consists of 6 higher education institutions, 3 from Europe and 3 from South Africa, including Noordwes-Universiteit, UCT and Stellenbosch University, and then we also have 2 professional associations, ATSA, the Association for Dietetics in South Africa, and NSSA, the Nutrition Society for South Africa, on board. So the mission for Impensa is to address the triple burden of malnutrition that the South African communities are facing. And the aim is to facilitate continued professional development and strengthen relations between higher education and the wider economic and social environment through the development of an innovative, evidence-based blended learning program for healthcare professionals specifically, with the focus on micronutrient nutrition during the first 1,000 days. So we know that despite numerous efforts to improve malnutrition, when we look at the prevalence, especially of malnutrition in children under 5, especially with regards to stunting, the prevalence is still very high. We've got a high prevalence of overweight and obesity, and also high prevalence of a number of micronutrient deficiencies. We also know now that to really address malnutrition in its entirety will require a systems approach. So it's not just one solution or one system working towards addressing a problem. But one of the approaches is to strengthen the health system, and that includes counseling and support by healthcare professionals. So why the first 1,000 days? We know that optimal nutrition during the first 1,000 days is a window of opportunity. And we also know now that if our children are malnourished during the first 1,000 days, if they're stunted, they don't only have a problem between 0 and 5 years, but also stunted children have an increased risk of non-communicable diseases later in life. And the speaker also earlier mentioned that, malnutrition is very strongly, or stunting and severe acute malnutrition during this period is associated with a lower productivity, and social has got huge economic implications for the country as a whole. So that's where this program fits in. So in Pensadine, again, we focus on developing a training program specifically to equip healthcare professionals, because it's our healthcare professionals working with, for instance, pregnant mothers and women and children. They have an opportunity to educate these women and children to improve their nutrition. So the development of a program requires a number of steps, and this project was also sort of devised or structured in such a way that we had a preparation phase, and this phase allows us to understand the local context. There was a development phase that entailed the development of the program, and then we had to evaluate the program. For preparation, we then did an in-depth analysis of the existing training landscape through secondary data review, and we also explored the training needs, preferences and challenges of relevant healthcare professionals, and we specifically recruited healthcare professionals from the Kenneth Kaunda district, and they include healthcare professionals working in early life nutrition, typically your nutritionists, your dietitians, nurses, midwives, pediatricians, but also pharmacists. Then the second phase entailed the development. So the first development phase entailed the detailed course content that was developed by subject experts. Then the second phase was developing the e-learning platform that included the instructional design, the media development, and then the Moodle implementation. And then the third phase included the training of the coordinators. So we also trained people to facilitate this training course. And you will see later that we do have a facilitated module as well. And then the third phase entailed the evaluation. So we piloted this training course, and we evaluate knowledge gain, but we also conducted qualitative interviews. So in short, I'm just going to showcase a few results, but with regards to the training needs and preferences, and again, this is coming from healthcare professionals working in the KK district. In terms of mode of delivery, they said they prefer a blended training program where there's components of self-directed learning or e-learning for knowledge components, but also they expressed a need for facilitated sessions where skills are involved. In terms of the facilitation, they preferred shorter training sessions more frequently, and also they wanted experts to present the course. In terms of the training content, it should be evidence-based. The information should be based on national guidelines. It should be up to date. It should have practical relevance. And there was a strong need that they expressed to learn more and build capacity to do behavior change. In terms of the instructional design, they wanted the learning content to be visual. It should engage the learner, and it should simulate practice. So this then obviously informed our curriculum recommendation, And with the development of the program, we obviously took all of these into consideration, and we ended up with a blended training program consisting of 2 e-learning modules. Module 1 is optimization of micronutrient nutrition during the first 1,000 days, and then module 2 is a theory-based module on communication to support behavior change. But then we also included a facilitated skills module, the healthy conversation skills to support behavior change. And healthy conversation skills is a very powerful behavior change technique that will allow healthcare practitioners to really, when they interact with the patients, they will support them to change behavior rather than just transfer knowledge. So this is just the outline of the program. And I would just like to show a few pictures of the content. So these are now content from the e-learning modules. They were, again, the content was designed by subject experts. The visuals and the media all designed by graphic designers. So it's a very professional approach. So they wanted visual examples. So we really took a lot of time to make the content visual. The content should engage the learner. So we, for instance, included in-lesson activities, where we had our content and then we would pose like these little activities. Which of the 2 meals contain more iron or contain iron that is more bioavailable? So this forces the learner to go back and search for or look for the answer if they can't answer the question. Again, we designed interactive media with different tabs so the learner can tap on the different tabs and really, again, be engaged with the material. And then we also ensured that not only our guidelines are up to date, but again, it has got practical relevance. For instance, this is the recommendation for complementary feeding, and we also made sure that it aligns, for instance, with the messages in our National Road to Health booklet. We've also included scenario-based videos that simulate practice. There was a number of animated videos for contextualized examples to, again, not only engage the learner, but to make sure they grasp the content and they make it their own, and to enable them to go back into practice and apply that. So following implementation of the program, in general, the training was received very well, and you can see there's a number of quotes there. We did pre- and post-knowledge questionnaires, and there was a significant improvement in knowledge gain following the 2 e-learning modules. And then based on the qualitative feedback, the participants found the healthy conversation skills training particularly useful in their practice to support behavior change. So in conclusion, what we've shown is that the Impensa training program addresses the training needs of relevant healthcare professionals to better support optimal nutrition during the first 1,000 days. Thank you very much. Any questions?
I'm doing the scan for questions. No? Any questions?
Can I have one more comment if there's no question?
Yeah, yes.
So initially, this program was developed for healthcare professionals, which is on NQ level 6. But a lot of people approach us since then and ask, can we also use this training for the healthcare workers specifically? And the way forward is to adapt this program and really also take it to the community healthcare workers. Again, we need to bring the level of the content down, but we've really received good feedback in terms of upskilling our healthcare professionals when they work with mothers and pregnant women.
Thank you.
Thank you.
One more round of applause for something that's really important. I think I had one lecture on nutrition as an undergraduate, and doctors know almost nothing about nutrition, and I say that as a doctor, and it needs to be learned, unfortunately. And you can see how important it is. And if we look at the prevalence of non-communicable diseases, who thought in Africa non-communicable diseases will eclipse communicable diseases prevalence? And it's happened. And that's something that we've brought on ourselves, and something that if humans do something that creates something, they've also got the ability to uncreate and to change it. So that change needs to happen. I'd like to call the next speaker, Dr. Shopo. And she's going to look at the cultural practices in maternal care in the Northwest province. Thank you. The floor is yours. And that's quite easy to use.
Thank you. Good afternoon, colleagues. Thank you, Prof. Andrew. My name is Kumizile Shobo. I'm the academic manager at the Unit for Distance Learning, but I'm also part of the Unmasked Research entity in the health sciences. So I would like to acknowledge my co-authors, Prof. Dean Darabi, Prof. Duprier, and Prof. Peter Bester for the contributions, as they were my promoters in the study. The topic that I'm touching on is an exploratory study about the cultural practices in maternal care within the Northwest Province. So this is one of the objectives that was a multi-phase, multi-method doctoral study that I did. So I'm going to report only on one of the objectives. Within the South African health system, the approach that is used is the Western approach to deal with the illness and disease, while on the other hand, the indigenous communities define their health and illness issues based on their cultural and spiritual beliefs. So while the patients from Western culture view pregnancy and childbirth as events that are celebrated, this is often not the case within the African cultures. Within such diversity in the context, the midwife needs to be knowledgeable, have respect, acknowledge, and protect those indigenous practices in South Africa. This is some of the research that was conducted around the topic. So this means that the midwives need to be culturally sensitive and competent to provide the quality maternal care to all the patients. Provision of cultural competent care is linked to improved patient outcomes as well as improved quality of care, thus leading to a reduction in maternal mortality. So one of the challenges that were identified by the Department of Health in 2015 was that the healthcare system failure of pregnant women to use the healthcare facilities, the inadequacies in the services and substandard care related to knowledge and skills of the healthcare personnel were identified as some of the causes of maternal deaths. When we look at the policies that are there within the Department of Health, the policies and guidelines that the midwife use, they do not outline any form of culture-specific maternal care, despite the fact that there's been numerous calls for culturally competent care for health professionals. Now, there were several studies that were done in Limpopo regarding the pregnant women's indigenous practices, as well as the indigenous knowledge as an alternative to the Western approach for dealing with health problems, especially in pregnancy. Now, there was evidence also from the studies that were conducted in Korea, which suggested that a cultural competence program can help the nurses and the midwives to provide culturally competent maternal care. Now, as I've said earlier, this presentation reports on one of the phases of the doctoral study, whereas the overall aim in that study was to develop a cultural competence program that can be used by midwives as well as other health professionals to empower them in the process of providing culturally competent maternal care. For this reported objective, a research question that we posed was, what are the experiences of women who are receiving maternal care regarding the cultural practices and the competencies of the midwives? Because we couldn't just develop a program without knowing what the stakeholders or the people who are affected experience that phenomenon. So the aim was to explore and describe the experiences of the midwives, of the women, receiving maternal care, regarding the cultural practices in order to improve the quality of maternal care. Now, the theoretical grounding of the study was on the Afrocentric worldview, which according to Mekada says that the Afrocentric worldview is a concept that is used to describe the cultural values, practices, and beliefs of people of African origin and their descent throughout the world. Now that simply means that Africans should view the phenomenon from the vantage view of their own world as informed by the African culture. So with the focus on midwifery, this means that the safe cultural practices that are known and used by Africans need to be considered in the maternal health system as a way of ensuring that the women receive the care that they are put at the center. It's patient-centered. The methods and procedures that we used, we followed a phenomenological, descriptive, qualitative design, and that helped us to understand more in depth of what the phenomenon was. We used 5 hospitals in the Northwest province, 2 hospitals in the Dr. KK, and the one in Bujanala, one in Ngakamudiri Mulema, and the one in sorry. So the population included the women who are in the antenatal, labor, or postnatal wards, but we didn't use the women who were in active labor as they were vulnerable and wouldn't even be able to participate. So our sample included 50 participants, guided by the inclusion and exclusion criteria. We collected data using in-depth interviews, which were conducted in Setswana for most of the participants, and that was translated during analysis. We analyzed data using Croswell's generic qualitative data analysis approach, which combined with a text 8 steps in coding process. We followed the ethical principles. We got clearance, and permission was also granted by the relevant authorities in the Department of Health and with the hospitals. And those are the trustworthiness principles that we followed. I just want to get to the results. We had 4 main themes and 15 sub-themes within the study, so I'm just going to touch on them. The first theme was that self-care by pregnant women were acknowledged. The women informed us that there are specific things that they follow and they are advised on while they are pregnant. So they know that they don't have to drink alcohol and smoke. They also revealed that they must wear loose clothing. Within the African culture, they informed us that people are able to read your pregnancy and tell how far you are. And because of the fears of bad spirits and witchcraft and all that, you mustn't wear tight-fitting clothes. So they really emphasized that. And they also said that they restrict their movement when they are pregnant, including attending funerals, because there was a belief that they can attract bad spirits by going into crowds. That would ultimately affect the unborn child. But within that space, they also attend antenatal clinic, which is also one of the important guidelines within the Department of Health for pregnant women to attend antenatal clinic at least 4 times before they deliver. So that was the first theme. The second theme that came up was that it was really, there were some important cultural practices that they informed us about. The first one was protecting the baby and the pregnancy by going for traditional healers. So as much as they did attend clinic, they would also go and consult the traditional healers and ask for protection for their unborn babies. They also said that they use different ways of preventing the bad spirits to affect their unborn babies, and even for themselves. They use herbal medicines that they would drink. Others said they would pray and drink water and tea from the churches and get prayers from the churches, and others used herbal medicines. And then another one was that they have abdominal massage during pregnancy. So the belief with that is that if the child is not positioned correctly, and at the end of the term, they would have to go for cesarean section. Now they go and have these abdominal massages so that the baby is positioned correctly for NBD when the time comes. And then another cultural practice was lying in the postnatal period. This, they said, they do it to protect themselves as the new mothers, as well as the baby. And interesting enough, this lying in is also important because after delivery, a woman is supposed to rest and recuperate, but protecting the baby from many people also lessens the chances of the baby getting infections. The third theme was that they indicated that they have practices that they follow to care for the newborn. Now, after delivery, they normally have from the clinics a spirit and surgical spirit to clean the umbilical cord. But some of them believed that it takes longer for the stump to fall off, so they would use cow dung or a soot from the from the pot. They call it mogato in Setswana. So they would use those things to apply on the umbilical cord until the stump falls off. While at the same time, others indicated that they follow what they were told at the clinic to clean the umbilical. Specific medicine to prevent dehydration, which we call dehydration, but in Setswana it's called pohwana. So they have medicine, herbal medicine that they make the baby to drink according to a specific measurement so that the baby doesn't have a dehydration or pohwana, where there is going to be a sunken fontanelle and the baby is lethargic. So some even said to me that before the baby gets to that stage, they take the baby to a traditional healer so that they strengthen the baby to not have bad spirits that cause dehydration or pohwana. So that is also indicated by that last sub-theme of strengthening the newborn to prevent sickness. The last theme that came up was that they indicated that their cultural practices are still important to them, but their view, because this was when we asked them about their perception of how the midwives are assisting them if they want to do some practices within the hospital or something like that. And then they said, totally, cultural practices not allowed in the hospitals or in the healthcare facilities. And some even indicated that different midwives have different approaches. So some would be empathetic or listen to them when they say, I have to pray or I have to do something, but others would say, no, I'm not protected. I cannot allow anything that is outside the scope of practice or the guidelines of maternity. Just one quote that I put there. One of the participants that said that it's not right because at times you'll find that they have prolonged labor, and with us as midwives would think that there is a medical cause to that prolonged labor, but in their belief there's something else that's causing that prolonged labor. So there might be something that they need to do, either to go home and see a traditional healer who would give them water to bath or something to drink, and then they would be relieved. So they said it's not nice to end up going for a cesarean section when you could have done your practice, your cultural practice, and delivered normally. So in conclusion, the study confirmed that the women who are receiving maternal care in the province follows both a Western approach by attending the antenatal clinic, while they at the same time consulting their traditional healers and conforming to their cultural beliefs and practices during pregnancy and childbirth. So there should be respect and acknowledgement of these women's cultural beliefs and practices when they are receiving maternal care, as well as an understanding that they do consult. We cannot deny them that. They do it in secret and come to the hospital, so it is there. And then the study also found that midwives did not allow the women to practice their culturals, their approaches to care. As a result, they have a perception that the midwives are lacking a cultural competency. So the employer or the Department of Health need to provide the midwives with the tools to accommodate the safe cultural practices that are important to the women who are receiving maternal care. So that was part of the study. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Chopo. Question time has been used up, but it's really important, and it's what Prof. Variava mentioned in the morning, decolonizing care and making it appropriate and putting the patient at the center. It's very important, and hopefully it shows how important it is to engage properly. It shows how important it is to engage properly. I need one of these headphones. I don't have to carry it around and keep on turning it on. Engage properly with patients, and it's health professionals often aren't prepared to take the patient's perceptions and point of view seriously. And in mental health, this is really important. For example, if someone comes in who's psychotic and says, "I'm Napoleon," you say, "Rubbish, you're not your Andrew Robinson," you'll immediately lose the confidence of that person. And you need to have the skills to engage so that you can have common ground and to move forward. If you immediately dismiss it, you've lost that person, and you won't have that trust and relationship, which is so important. Thank you very much. I'd like to call the next speaker as we applaud Dr. Chopo. Ms. Kulu is going to talk to us about hearing impairment. Did you say something?
No.
Oh, I was just checking on the hearing.
Right. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity to be able to present my master's results. My name is, presentation please. Next slide. My name is Gutwanum Timkulu. I am a speech therapist and audiologist, and I just recently qualified with a master's in audiology. I want to acknowledge Wits University for helping me to be able to accomplish my study, and also my two supervisors, Prof. K. Koza Shangase, as well as Mrs. Louisa Petrochi-Pertal. So the title of my study was Help-Seeking Behavior Patterns of Adults with Hearing Impairment in a Peri-Urban Community in South Africa. Just a bit of background. My interest in this topic, just go back a little bit. My interest in this topic was really in my daily interactions with patients. I was just always thinking, why are they here now? Why did they take so long to get here? And when I looked at the research, it said that on average, adults with hearing impairment will spend about 8 years before they decide to seek help. And also just interested in the journeys of patients. Why now? Why not yesterday? Why are you only coming in now? Why not maybe 2 years after? And also literature says that decisions to seek help are very complex. Patients go through a contrast comparing risk benefits as to should I, shouldn't I? So I was really thinking about that, and also just thinking about the challenges of South Africa. So from there, next slide. So then the purpose of my study was then to investigate the help-seeking behavior patterns of adults with hearing impairment in a diverse middle-income country context. As you can imagine, our country is very diverse. Next slide. Okay, so the rationale of my study, just from the literature, firstly that hearing impairment is the 5th contributor to the global burden of disease. The first world report on hearing, which was published last year, has reported that 1 in 5 people live with a hearing impairment, and that nearly 80% of those people are in low and middle income countries, which we are part of. Further analysis in the literature indicated that illness behavior, any type of illness, is determined by the illness itself, the severity, how it presents itself, as well as the patient variables, doctor variables, as well as the family and the context where the patient is as well. And so when I looked at literature in terms of hearing help-seeking behavior patterns of adults with hearing impairment, there was generally, number one, there was a dearth of information. In other words, it was limited information. I could literally count the number of articles on my hands, on my fingers, how many there are. But also, the few literature or research that was done was mostly from high-income countries, which meant that the results from those countries were homogeneous. Those countries were, high-income countries had the similar healthcare systems. Patients have easy access to audiologists, and they're not as much influenced by socioeconomic challenges as we are. If I looked broadly into other illnesses like depression and mental illness and cancer, you would find very different, but actually firstly, large amounts of literature on this topic. So then I was spurred on by that. And next slide. And when you look at our country, we have a quadruple burden of disease, as we've seen and spoken about from the morning. And also we know that there are disparities and inequalities in healthcare outcomes in our country, even within just one province. A city and a peri-urban community and a rural area don't have the same distribution of audiologists, if I can give an example. And also there's an incongruence or an imbalance in terms of demand versus supply of healthcare. The number of audiologists or any other healthcare workers are more concentrated in the towns. And if you go to a more rural area like RSM, you don't find as many allied or even specialist healthcare professionals. Another unique challenge in our country are the socioeconomic challenges and also just the pluralistic healthcare environment where we have private and public medical model, where 80% of the poor majority of the country using public health services, and the opposite applies. So the aim of my study, as I said, I wanted to investigate the help-seeking behavior patterns of adults with hearing impairment in peri-urban community, and I had 3 sub-aims. I wanted to describe the pattern of presentation of symptoms according to their culture or beliefs. Then I wanted to define the process. I was really just wanting to map from the time the onset of symptoms to accessing audiology services, what it looked like. And then thirdly, I wanted to examine the factors. I wanted to look at the barriers and the facilitators that push patients forward or prevented them from accessing audiology services. Okay, so I adopted a descriptive qualitative research design, and I used a public health hospital in the Northwest Province to collect my data. Obviously there was an exclusion and inclusion criteria, and 23 participants gave written consent to participate in the study. We did individual semi-structured interviews with patients, and to capture a broad range of perspectives from all ages, we had maximum variation sampling. From collecting the data, then we used a thematic analysis through a deductive approach to analyze the data. All ethical considerations were adhered to, including requesting permission from the Northwest Province, ethics approval from WITS Human Research Ethics Committee, as well as adopting or using the World Medical Association Declaration of Helsinki. So the results, I'll just give you the participant characteristics. I almost had an equal number of patients of females and males, 52 males, 48 participants. The average age of my cohort was 65 years of age. The occupational status was 91% of the participants were unemployed and 9% of them were employed. And then the average degree of hearing loss that most patients had was a moderate hearing loss, which would impact their quality of life and their daily living. So from the study, from the results, what was indicative was that the majority of the participants sought help from Western healthcare workers, which indicated a belief in a Western medical causation to explain their hearing impairment. So 82.6% of participants sought help from healthcare workers, and then 13% presented to social networks, and social networks is really like family and friends and neighbors, and only one person actually used a traditional provider to seek help for their ear difficulties, which was also interesting. In terms of the second aim of mapping the the process from onset of symptoms to accessing audiology services, I found that it was a complex process for the participants, for a large number of the participants. 6 participants had short journeys where they just from home to one medical professional to the audiologist, but a large proportion of the participants, 17 of them, had long journeys, and you'll see just now how complex the journeys were. And in terms of barriers, the most significant barrier was socioeconomic factors, and the facilitator was the thing that made patients to get help was structural and health system factors, and I'll explain that in a bit. Okay, this is just with regards to the first aim, the first sub-aim of pattern of presentation. I'm not going to read everything to you, but just the last participant 16 there who said, "We are the people of the soil, those Africans that believe in African remedies." That is why I used the remedy that was given to me. So that was the only participant that was able to admit that he used a health care provider. None of the others did. I'm not sure if they weren't comfortable to divulge the information, as the previous speaker said, in a hospital settings. So the short journeys, just only 6 participants were able to easily access audiology services. And next slide. These are the long journeys, very complex journeys of about 17 participants that in order to get to an audiologist, they use all of these people on the presentation. And you just look at, for example, participant 4 went to the chemist seeking help, then went to a private doctor that then went to a colleague who knew an audiologist, then referred them. Or for example, participant 8 sought help from a friend who was a healthcare worker, then went to private ENT specialist, then went to private audiologist, then private ENT, then only went to public hospital audiologist. So very different. The only common route, if I can call it that, was the moving from the PHC to the public health ENT to the audiologist. That was the shortest route, the most common route amongst these participants who all lived within one community, which is very interesting. Barriers, as I said, the socioeconomic factors were the highest. Patients repeatedly said it was just the money part of it. It's expensive, and she doesn't have a medical aid. And it's just expensive in the private, that's what they said. Interestingly, the second to follow was psychosocial factors, which is what we find in the current literature. In high-income countries, the greatest barrier to seeking help is psychosocial factors. But also what I want to point out is that 4 participants said there were no barriers. Interestingly, out of the 4, there was one old man, I think he was 89 years of age. He was coming 45 minutes outside of town to get to an audiologist, but he said there was nothing. And he even slept in one hospital to access audiology service, but he said to me there was nothing. I think he was just happy to get access to an audiologist as quickly as he was able to. Barrier, and then facilitator, And interestingly, structural and health system factors, patients really just said it was the doctors. It was just the doctors. One patient was there for cancer of some sort, and I think the doctors were struggling to communicate with him, and then they referred him to audiology services. Some patients said, it's not that expensive to get into the public hospital. It was just easy. They asked nothing of you, just to be patient. And again, just as in high-income countries, psychosocial factors are featured as second here, but in high-income countries, it's the first one. And I'm sure you can see then the value of assessing or doing studies in context. Next slide, please. All right, so in conclusion, my study findings indicate that help-seeking behavior decisions are impacted by numerous factors. It is a combination of individual, provider, and environmental factors in the specific environment or context that influence participants in their help-seeking journeys. Socioeconomic and health disparities influence help-seeking quite majorly in our country. And my last slide. And I think what we can take out of this is how, as healthcare professionals, we need to be contextually relevant in clinical practice, which means that we have to include journeys of patients in our case history so that we center our treatment plans on the patient and know their experience and their behaviors. Again, we need to direct hearing health at a preventative level, at a primary healthcare level, to help participants so they don't take such long roads to get access to an audiologist. And I put the NHI, that's what it's hoping to do by focusing at a primary level to improve all these services through universal health coverage. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We've got a minute for a question. There's someone online can you tell what the question is?
Frikkie Rachel, did you perhaps look at the help-seeking behavior and affordability, including the knowledge of patients of what is available to them?
Just repeat that again, sorry.
Did you perhaps look at help-seeking behavior and affordability, including the knowledge of patients of what is available to them?
Unfortunately, I did not look at what they could afford. Yeah, no, I didn't look at that. I didn't look at how much they could afford. Yeah, no, I have to say no to that one. And there was a last part to the question?
The knowledge of patients of what is available to them.
No, I didn't. No, I didn't. And I think that would probably be interesting because I think that audiology is a small profession and you can only imagine not a lot of people even knew that we exist. I had a private doctor, a patient said they went to a private doctor and they did not know that, she said that the doctor didn't know where to refer her and the patient was just supposed to find for themselves an hearing care specialist. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Next presentation is Dr. Marianne Stoffberg. She's talking about the gait comparison between back and non-back carried Tswana-speaking children. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof, for the opportunity to present a part of my PhD baby. So as Prof mentioned, I'm going to be talking about the kinematic gait comparison between back-carried and non-back carried Setswana children. I would like to acknowledge my co-authors, my promoter, Prof Stanislav Ches, and also Prof Hanley Moss there at the back. As you see, there are two different surnames. It's the same person, my split personality. Right. So the purpose for this particular part of my PhD was to compare the angles that are observed at the hip, the knee and the ankle during different gait phases, so at heel strike, mid-stance and also toe off. And then we looked at it from the three cardinal planes in the frontal, the sagittal and the transverse plane, and then using kinematic gait analysis to perform this. And then obviously we were interested in the differences observed between back-carried and non-back-carried children. So back-carrying is one of the major methods of transportation employed by Setswana mothers or caregivers. If you look at all of those different methods on the board, they would employ back-carrying. But it's also it's on the rise in terms of, in Western cultures, in terms of baby wearing, and we were interested to see what the effects of back-carrying are. So the first, obviously with all things, there are benefits and detriments, and one of the first benefits of back-carrying is the possible prevention of developmental hip dysplasia. And this is postulated due to the similarities in the carrying method between, or the hip and knee ankle in the carrying method employed during back carried. And the treatment is used by the Pavlik harness or speaker cast. And as you can see there, this is an example of a Pavlik harness. So both the hips in flexion and abduction, and this is very similar to the back carrying position. And as with all good things in life, there are also detriments. One of these being impaired visual integration pathways, impaired peripheral vision, and then midline crossing is also impaired. And many of you in the room will know that that has severe developmental effects later on in life. So as I've mentioned in the start, this was just a small part of my larger PhD. So initially we investigated the static lower limb development of Setswana children. And we found certain relationships in the tibiofemoral angle as well as the tibial torsion angles in the back carried and non-back carried children. So here are some of the results. That purple block encompasses all of the children that we measured. So first of all, we saw that maximal tibiofemoral angle at 3 years of age, and this is the bow-legged position that they assume, and this is very similar in all populations. Then anteversion angle of the hip decreased with age, and the tibial torsion angle increased with age towards a more neutral position. If we just looked at the back-carrying population, we saw an increased valgus angle, so a more knock-knee angle at the knee, and lower anteversion angles. Probably this is where the hip dysplasia comes from, the prevention, and then also increased internal tibial torsion angles. And then we wondered, will these static observations translate into a kinematic effect? Just to explain the larger population, where this smaller sample came from, initially we tested 724 Setswana-speaking children between the ages of 2 to 9 years of age, and we couldn't include the results for 33 of them because they reported musculoskeletal disorders. So overall, we tested 1,382 lower limb measures obtained from 691 children. Then we want to do the kinematics, and when we do the kinematics, we need to apply markers to the lower limbs, reflective markers, and we thought that the smaller or the younger children wouldn't understand the placement of the markers, and they would constantly be throwing them off, and this would just delay our research process. And then also adult onset of normal gait occurs around about 3 to 4 years of age, 4 years of age, and therefore we decided, okay, we're going to stick with the older population, so we only tested 7 to 9-year-olds for the kinematic investigation. In the 7 to 9-year-old participants, we had 323 participants in this group. Of those 323, only 17 participants indicated that they were never back carried, or their parents indicated this, obviously. So you can see how this limits our data pool for comparison in kinematics. So eventually we obtained 12 non-back carried participants for the kinematic investigation, and we had 14 counterparts. Initially, there was 14 in the non-back carried group as well, but we had some data corruption, so we lost those data. Right, so for methods, as I've mentioned, we wanted to look at the hip, the knee, and the ankle during normal walking kinematics. And for this, we used the Qualisys Track Manager software. In our biomechanics lab, we've got 8 Oculus cameras surrounding the capture volume. And then that allows us to obtain gait in 3 dimensions. And also in the 3 cardinal planes, frontal, sagittal, and transverse. And as I've mentioned, at heel strike, mid stance, and toe-off gait phases. So can you hear that's a lot of data that we're starting to work with. So the angles were our outcome measures, and we compared this with our dependent groups being the back-carrying and the non-back carried group, and then also with age. And we used MANOVA for the analysis. This is just showing our marker placement. So it's very small over there, but we've got about 1 centimeter in diameter reflective markers that are placed all around the lower limb, and then the Oculus cameras can pick that up and allows for motion tracking. When we, for our most important variable, looking at the differences between back carrying and non-back carrying, we had no non-significant results, p equal to 0.054. In terms of age, this produced a significant result, p equal to 0.02, but this is to be expected. There is some development that occurs between a 7 to a 9-year-old. And again, if we compared back carrying versus non-back carrying versus age, there was again no significant differences. We had small significant difference, or the only significant difference was observed in the sagittal plane for the knee during mid-stance with p equal to 0.02. And then for age, the only significant places was at the ankle during heel strike and also mid stance. And then between back carrying, non-back carrying, and age, we saw a significance in the ankle and the sagittal plane. Because of our only significant result in the knee, I thought it would be nice to show you what it looks like during a full gait cycle. So in red there, in the dotted lines, it's the full gait cycle, so from heel strike up until heel strike again for the same limb. And you can see the flexion and extension as it occurs throughout the gait cycle. In black, it's not very clear. Those are the non-back carried children, and then in blue, it's the back carried population. So they're very similar into each other. For a future comparative study that we want to do, we're going to look at the statistical parametrical mapping to see if there are other results that jump out at us, but that's still in the making. So in conclusion, most Setswana mothers would back carry for the bulk of their children for the bulk of their toddler years. We have observed some relationships in terms of static lower limb measures, but these measures were still within normal ranges. So to give you an idea, the Geni valgus that we observed was still within normal limits. It's nothing that we as practitioners need to be concerned about. And then none of the relationships translated into the kinematic analysis. So for the moment, we are arguing that back carrying does not pose an orthopedic risk to children, and that mothers can continue with their normal practices, keeping in mind that moderation is key and not putting them on there for the whole day, but for when it's important. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any questions? It's interesting how this work confirms traditional practice and looks at it. So, yeah, it's important. Thank you, Marianne. And we can give you another. Oh, there's a one finger hand. There's a finger up. It's not quite a hand. A finger came up. Thanks, Dr. Non.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I must say the presentation was very interesting, but the back carrying, I didn't quite followed on whether there is carried with the leg straight or with the leg strangled. And when you compare those variables, does the orthopedic risk seen when you strangle the legs or when you carry the baby with the legs straight? So in your study, how did you compare those variables?
Thank you very much. We did ask how the baby was carried. Initially, in the first 2 weeks, I believe, they do carry with the legs straight, and then later on they wrap around. So the therapeutic effect is more with the legs wrapped around, and it's usually carried in this position for the bulk of the duration. So if you remember the Pavlik harness being with the hips flexed and abducted, so that would be the therapeutic effect. We did control for and ask for this.
There you have it. Thank you, Marianne.
Thank you, Prof.
The next speaker I'm pleased to introduce is Prof. Unmasked. He is going to look at the associations with physical activity and the metabolic syndrome in adolescence. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Prof. Robinson. I'm so jealous of you seated here the whole day. I still have 2 minutes from Marianne. I'm still in 2 minutes from her side. I want everybody to stand up and just do like this. Just hop a little bit because you have been seated. I'm going to talk about that. So just a little bit. Just a little bit. Stretch up, stretch up, stretch up, stretch up. A little bit. Okay, thank you. You're looking great. Thank you very much. Give yourself a round of applause.
Thank you for that important intervention.
Okay. Yes, because there's been intervention, there's been all this, and then I think now I can talk about the observational study that we have done in adolescents. And the topic that I'm going to present to you is about association between physical activity and metabolic syndrome in adolescents. The PAL study, the study was a longitudinal one which took a period of 5 years to complete. And we have seen tremendous things that some are scary, some are worth to learn and appreciate. So the purpose of this study, I am going to present to you to give you some prevalences of metabolic syndromes and also look at the association between physical activity and the metabolic syndromes. So the rationale behind this is that you need to note that physical inactivity is the 4th leading cause of death globally. It's a very scary thing. If you don't believe that, you look at the global world and see that many people are inactive. They enjoy themselves sitting on the couch, and many times we find that the parents even say that a TV at home is like a babysitter. I'm going to share with you one story that I've heard from one of my PhD students some years ago. In Pretoria, in their friend's house, the thieves broke in, they stole the TV. And she said, "Oh my goodness, they stole my babysitter." Can you imagine? We are encouraging ourselves to be inactive in a way, which is a very problem thing that we need to really take care of it and work it out. So, physical inactivity is linked to obesity and overweight in children and adults alike. So when you are inactive, the ultimate consequences that we are going to face with are obesity. And on the one side, obesity leads to metabolic syndromes. So the one thing that scared me, recently we were at the conference in Abu Dhabi for our International Society of Physical Activity and Health. It came up that if we don't take responsibility or care to reverse the situation, the physical inactivity, which is linked to non-communicable disease of lifestyle, will cause the global world about 300 billion, which is around 27 billion a year, which really, as South Africans and other people over the world, we need to do something with regard to that. Okay? So I also want to say that during the conference, we also had reported our Healthy Kids report card of the South African children. And in the very same conference, we launched the best 8 investment for physical activity. I'm going to list a few of them. 1 is about community physical activity. 2 is about urban spacing. You know, some of the urban areas are so clumsy, you can't even do physical activity. So I heard some of the colleagues talking about issues that are barriers for people to participate in physical activity. And again, we need also to have community clubs, hubs of doing physical activity, so that people can try to use that as an opportunity to encourage themselves to do physical activity. And the theory behind that is because many people are sedentary. Like I just started my talk by saying, let's stand up and do something to stop, to break that sedentary lifestyle. So I think all of you know that metabolic syndrome is not an illness. It's a combination of things that we put them together. If we've got a big waist circumference, you have got a lot of issues like high raised blood pressure, triglyceride, all those things, the fat in the blood. So all are the combination that leads to metabolic syndrome. And the complication related to that is that people will be ending up in hospitalization and so forth and so forth. So in the project, we did a lot of measurements. Among others, we measured anthropometry, measurement of height and weight, which we use to calculate the BMI, which is a surrogate of fitness, in the sense that it does not give you an actual fitness.
So I said this morning that one important thing that in our university, we have got stable isotope that is used as a criterion method, which is the best when you want to use it to get an essence of the fat in the body of a person. So we also use the mercury to assess blood pressure. I know many people have got issues about mercury, but it's the one that we are using. We train our biokinetic students, we're using that one. And also the blood analysis. We hired Ampath Laboratory to do the blood analysis with the nurses to do that for us. And the International Physical Activity Questionnaire was used to gather data, which is allowed to be used in children, adolescents, and adults alike. So let me touch to the results, which are so scary when you want to look at that. So if you look at the moderate physical activity, you will find that it's about just 35% of the kids did moderate physical activity. In the middle one, the vigorous activity is scary, 25%. And this is the issue, the TV viewing, almost 80%. And you can agree with me, all of us, when you get out of this conference or the symposium, jumping into the TV. It's scary. It started with the children, and that is the behavior that needs to be changed. So with this one, I just want to show you the various methods used to assess overweight and obesity. We look at when you use obesity using NDP and NCPIT, you find the differences there, which is a very thing that is also an issue about the criterion method that is available, which requires us as scientists to come and develop something for South African. Some scholars this morning talked about we need to decolonize the curriculum, all this. This is one thing that also I need to emphasize, that classification, it might also lead to somebody to be left out for clinical intervention. So we need to get a way to get the right tool to measure the children. So what is interesting, when we look at the relationship between physical activity and the metabolic syndrome, we found that almost all the variables of metabolic syndrome were negatively associated with vigorous activity, with significant association minus 0.15, which means that every step that you take is a positive to health. So it means that each and every one of us need to do something. As you see from the result, that there are benefits of using physical activity, which is non-pharmaceutical. It's a non-pharmaceutical in the sense that you don't even get the side effects if you do it properly. So this is it. They didn't change my slides. It's an error there. If those who comply in doing physical activity and those who don't comply doing physical activity, you can see here that the odds of non-compliance, it is almost 2.4, the odds ratios, which is a very problematic thing that need to be addressed. We need to show people that the need to do physical activity is an important thing. So in my conclusion is to say that we can see that the prevalence of metabolic syndrome is high in both NCEP and ATP3 cutoff points, which, as I said, that translate to the point that we need to create some of the cut points for metabolic syndrome that are suitable for our own people. And the last one is that high physical activity level are negatively associated with the diastolic blood pressure. I think my colleague, Prof. Moss, also mentioned in the intervention that they've seen the participation in physical activity associated with the reduction in blood pressure, which is a good thing, which means that we, as in our field, I want to leave you with this quote, which I've made myself: walking or exercise according to the principle of fit and principle of fixed doses is the best medicine for a man which is with less side effects. And this brings me to the advocacy that we have been driving all along, that exercise is medicine and we need to embrace it. And I want to say that all hands on deck to fight the non-communicable diseases of lifestyle. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. Andries. Are there any questions? I see one. We'll take the online question first, and then we'll come to you, Dr. Das. Oh. Hold on. Wait, we'll get a mic to you 1 moment. It's just to record. Wait, hang on a moment. 1 moment. We'll take the online, and we'll get a microphone. We'll get a microphone to you now. It's not getting through.
The influence of a safe environment for children to be physically active, according to parents, was that also researched. The easy access to junk food contributing to obesity and thereby limiting the physical activity of adolescents, was that also looked at?
Can you repeat the beginning of the question?
The influence of a safe environment for children to be physically active, according to parents, was that also researched?
Thank you very much. The presentation was squeezed based on time. We looked at those. There were questions asked to the children with regard to the physical activity. The barriers were that the environment is no more safe. When you go out, something can happen to your children. And then, based on that, we know the influence of the environment itself in the participation of physical activity. And also one of the elements is that we're no longer having physical education in school, the actual physical education in school as one of the contributing factor to physical inactivity in South Africa.
Thank you, Dr. Das. Your turn.
Okay. Thank you very much. My question is, you see, it's easy to say physical activity or motivational interview. So you can see, you give all these disadvantages, what is happening if you don't do the physical activity. But what is the frame or tools to motivate people to do the physical activity?
Okay, thanks, Doug, with that brilliant question. The answer to that one, when we talk about the social correlates of physical activity, one, parents should be good role models. The teachers in school should be good role models, and the peers should be good role models. We have done some of the analysis in this project where we look at those correlates. Some children say that my parents don't even support me when I go and play sports, and that is some of the things. So then, the point that, to answer your question very simple, is it means that we need to reverse that and have a motivation within the family and outside the family, so that we also build the hubs to work together towards making everybody to feel physically active. Because one of the 8 investments for physical activity is that we need to have a community hubs for physical activity. Let there be mass participation in physical activity. That's what is needed.
Any more questions? Thank you. There's a hand at the back. I didn't see it. If you go to the east, you see many groups of people doing Tai Chi of all ages and moving. And we don't have that group movement here.
Yeah. My questions are just curiosity. First of all, can you come back to the second to the table? Because I couldn't see those odds ratio before. Before? Yes, that's it. So, that you comment that 2.4, right? But it is not statistically significant. And looking at the confidence interval, I'm asking, which was your sample size?
Oh, the sample size in this, it was 299.
That is quite small. And this is the reason why you have an odds ratio of 2.4, which is not statistically significant. Yes. Your study looks little bit underpowered. And the other question, or curiosity, is what did you adjust for?
Okay, let me answer your first question. Yes, I agree with you, the sample size was small, but one of the other factors that made no significant the relationship or for that, it is because when you use a questionnaire, you don't get the essence of the truth because it is based on biasness, because the recall is an issue. And then coming to your second question, the adjustment, we do the adjustment for sex for this group because of the adolescents. So other factors which we, for one, wanted to adjust because they are coming from the homogeneous group. They were homogeneous from the same socioeconomic status. So we just wanted to adjust for sex.
And the number of cases is 188. So actually you had more than 50% of cases there, right?
Yeah.
Because it's quite shaky condition to apply logistical regression there. No?
Come again?
You have problems of estimation of the odds ratio when the number of cases is more than the 50% than the overall sample size. And this also can affect the odds becoming very, very high. And this is probably the reason why you have 2.4 there.
Yeah, yes, that's true. Because if I take you a little bit, if you look at this graph with regard to the physical activity, it speaks to that. You can see how the variation about the compliance and the non-compliance with physical activity. So that also plays an important role in the calculation of those odds ratios.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Prof. Monyeki. It's very important to move. And it also doesn't cost a lot of money to move. Have any of you got adolescent children, and have you tried to move them off their devices and get them out and play outside? It's hard work. I'd like to call the next speaker, Dr. van Niekerk, who's going to speak to us about the knowledge and use of emergency contraceptives amongst women seeking terminations of pregnancy in the JB Marks sub-district.
Thank you. Is it on?
It is all on.
Okay. Thank you,
Thank
Prof.
you,
Thank you for having me. So first of all, this was my research study as part of my master's degree in medicine of the Department of Family Medicine. So first of all, women's health has been something that's been very close to my heart, and I enjoyed doing this or taking this journey and looking into these young women, and a lot of things came up, not so much statistical significant things, but I think we really picked on a lot of sensitive topics, and there's a lot of room for improvement, especially when it comes to reproductive health. So the title of my article that was actually submitted as part of my requirements for my master's degree is The Knowledge and the Use of Emergency Contraceptives among these women presenting to the TOP facility in the JB Marks sub-district. So I'd just like to acknowledge my two supervisors, Dr. Deirdre Pretorius from the University of Witwatersrand, that was my main supervisor through the study, and then Dr. Molefi Maiton at Potchefstroom Hospital, that was our clinical supervisor at the study site. So it was submitted, like I said, as a publishable article. And the purpose of the study was to actually look at the knowledge and the use. And this idea of a research study came to me when I realized that after seeing these young women in the TOP clinic where I worked, that none of them had the idea about, number one, what is an emergency contraceptive, how it can be used, and where to find it. So when we started looking into the current literature in South Africa, we knew that we have acceptable contraceptive coverage rates, but the number of termination of pregnancies that were reported kept on increasing. And emergency contraceptives are underutilized in South Africa, and it's mainly due to the poor knowledge of these emergency contraceptives. So just to highlight a bit on the Choice on Termination of Pregnancy Act for the ones that are not familiar with it, in 1997 the act was gazetted, and it states that all women in a first trimester, so up to 12 weeks gestation, can get a termination of pregnancy with no questions asked, and up to 20 weeks with certain criteria, and above 20 weeks with select criteria can still get a TOP. The increase in TOPs, despite contraceptive use, were quite significant. From 2015 to 2019, the national reported termination of pregnancy numbers increased by almost 50%, 48.7%. This is very significant. So we all know that it's reported. So it was maybe always this high, but a lot of them were not done through an accredited termination facility. And we know that unintended pregnancies have higher maternal mortality rates. So we all know that's one of our biggest sustainable development goals at the moment. And we tend to forget that something, not say small, but something like emergency contraceptive can make indirect an impact on the maternal mortality. So emergency contraceptives, for the ones that are not familiar with it and not working in the clinical setting, it's a contraceptive method that can be used if the existing method failed or if there was unprotected intercourse. And then also if used correctly within 72 hours of exposure, it can be up to 99% effective in preventing this unwanted pregnancy. So the current South African literature on the knowledge and the use of emergency contraceptives showed that there was poor knowledge and low usage. There was, however, no literature or studies available in the Northwest Province that looked at the use and the knowledge. And yes, so that is why we decided to look into that in our TOP facility. So just on our methods and procedures, so it was a cross-sectional study based at Potchefstroom Hospital's termination of pregnancy clinic. We had a little bit of a hiccup. We started and then COVID hit and then data collection had to be halted for a while. So we calculated a sample size initially was about 290, but due to COVID-19, the numbers of TOPs actually decreased. And if we look at the literature that was published, it seemed like that was a phenomenon nationally that our TOP numbers decreased during the COVID-19 pandemic. So we then recalculated our sample size on the numbers that we were seeing, and we used a sample of 203. So all adult women over the age of 18 were recruited to participate. They had to present for a first trimester TOP. So we did not include patients that come for TOPs after 12 weeks gestation. Women that were physically and emotionally unwell, we excluded. We then referred them to appropriate healthcare providers to assist them with their emotional state and did not include them in the study at that point. So it comprised of a self-administered questionnaire that was actually based on a questionnaire used in a similar study in KwaZulu-Natal with permission of the authors. It comprised of 3 sections. The first one, the socio-demographic profile of the woman. The second one was the knowledge. And then the third section was the usage of emergency contraceptives. So when we looked at the knowledge, we based it on a knowledge score. We had a number of questions in that section, and based on the amount of questions that were answered correctly, we calculated the knowledge score and grouped it as a poor, moderate, or high. Ethical consideration, we had approval from the Human Research Ethics Committee from the University of Witwatersrand, as well as the Northwest Department of Health, and then Potchefstroom Hospital. We did, however, not include an informed consent form due to this being a very vulnerable population, and that the consent form would then include these personal identifiers. So they were provided with these questionnaires in a sealed envelope. If they decided to participate, they opened the envelope, they completed the questionnaire, sealed it again, and placed it in a sealed box. If they did not want to participate, they just left the questionnaire empty, also sealed it, and then placed it in the same box. And that was acceptable to HREC. So when we look at results, so we collected data from November 2020 until July 2021, so it was a 9-month period of data collection. There was about 309 patients that presented for a first trimester TOP at this clinic. So these women were then recruited in a consecutive manner. 205 of them took the questionnaires, and 9 were excluded due to when we opened the envelopes, they were incomplete or they were left open, so non-consent, so we did not include them. And then in total, 196 questionnaires were analyzed. So there's a lot of information on all of these slides, but I'm just going to speak about some of the important points that came out. So when we looked at our social demographic profile, most of our participants were young single females, and this is in keeping with other studies that looked at the same populations. The unintended pregnancies does not only affect an individual, but it can also affect their families and extended families. And if we look at who they lived with and their residence, a lot of these women actually lived with families. So we tend to forget that an unwanted pregnancy as well as a termination of pregnancy does not only affect the individual, but also their social environment, especially the family and the financial factors. So a decision to then terminate a pregnancy, the unintended pregnancies can then destabilize their support structure. It can increase conflict in the family, and it can lead to an increase in social and financial stress to both the family and the individual. So not only the socioeconomic factors that will influence the family, but increased level of stress and conflict with their sexual partner. So when we look at, let me just go back one, at the marital status, a majority of our patients were reported as single, and there was quite a significant amount that was also reported that they either engaged, married, or in a relationship. So it's more than a third that reported that they're in a relationship, engaged, or married. And this can also lead to the speculation that what was the role that these partners played in the unintended pregnancy? Was it disclosed? Was it not disclosed? And also the decision to go for a termination of pregnancy. So the choice to terminate a pregnancy is often just the tip of the iceberg of the social and the emotional stresses that these unintended pregnancies cause to the individual. So we must also then keep in mind that what was their reproductive autonomy? Did they have a say in contraceptive use? Did they not? What is the dynamics of the relationship that these patients are in? And did they disclose it to the sexual partner, yes or no? So those are a lot of important things that came out, or things just to think about. Then, when we look at knowledge, so knowledge, as I said, we calculated on the amount of questions that were answered correctly when it came to emergency contraceptives, and 55% of our young women had poor knowledge and only 17% had good knowledge. So good knowledge was anything more than a 60% score on those questions, which is quite hair-raising and also in keeping with other studies. So when we look at knowledge, when we go back to the social demographics, there's quite a lot of women, or a majority of them have a grade 12 or higher. So if you have a grade 12 or higher, we assume that you did complete life orientation during your school years, as a lot of these women are in their 20s, so it was the new curriculum. We went to go look at the life orientation curriculum, and the grade 9 workbook actually has a full section on emergency contraceptives and contraceptives. And a lot of these young women just don't know about it. So we went to go look at the literature and found that a lot of these teachers that are put in a place to teach life orientation do not teach what is prescribed by the basic education department. They push their own agendas. They push for abstinence. They do not cover these contraceptive chapters purely due to personal interest. And so we assume that our young population are educated because it's in their work-based education, and it is in the curriculum, but it is purely not taught. The other thing is that life orientation is not considered for university acceptance. So a lot of the students do not pay attention to it. They see it as a lesser subject. It's often given just to some teachers that have zero interest in it. So it's something to think about, and definitely an area to improve on. So the knowledge was poor. Then when we looked at the usage of emergency contraceptives, it was extremely low. So of our sample, only 17% have used emergency contraceptives, and the method that they used were the pills. And we also went to go look at where did they find it. It's available in South Africa at all pharmacies without a prescription. It's available at all PHC clinics. So yes, so that's definitely so. These unintended pregnancies have complex and then interconnected roots, and we need to go in to explore and provide more comprehensive care to the women requesting a termination of pregnancy. So the reason for termination of pregnancy in South Africa is often multifactorial, mainly socio-economic in nature, and the study highlighted that the knowledge and the use of emergency contraceptive is low in women presenting for TOP in JB Mark sub-district, despite our school programs on reproductive health. And community and primary healthcare interventions should aim to improve this knowledge and usage of emergency contraceptives, but also provide the women with a safe platform to report any injustices that led to this unintended pregnancy. So conclusion, like I said, its implications of unintended pregnancy is multifactorial, and we really need to promote this emergency contraceptive use. And yeah, just some acknowledgements to all the patients that completed all of these questionnaires in a very vulnerable and painful time of their lives, and gave us 10 minutes to complete. And then the staff at the termination of the pregnancy clinic, especially Sister Siobi, she was my right hand, and then as well just the supervisors. Okay, so the full article is available, so any questions?
Yeah. Questions will have to come at tea time.
Sorry.
No problem. As part of the questions will have to come at tea time. It's part of my dictatorship. I'm sorry for that. But so important and so neglected. These girls are extremely vulnerable, and we really got to put more effort into protecting them from becoming pregnant in the first place. Our next presenter is Miss Hannah Asare. She's going to talk to us about the association of certain maternal postpartum depressive symptoms, the socioeconomic factors, and the birth outcomes with infant growth. You okay?
Yeah. I'm too sure.
Do you want to come?
Yeah,
we'll take this and stand closer.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Hannah Asare, and I'm presenting to you my study entitled Association of Certain Maternal Postpartum Depressive Symptoms, Socioeconomic Factors and Birth Outcomes with Infant Growth. So this is a part of my PhD study, and these are my co-authors at the bottom. So the purpose of the study is to investigate how maternal postpartum depression, socioeconomic and infant characteristics associated with poor infant physical growth using a latent factor network model. So just to give you a brief background about what is latent factor network model. A latent factor is a characteristic that cannot be measured and can only be defined indirectly from other observable models, like variables. So for example, like assessing maternal postpartum depression using the Edinburgh postnatal depression scale. So if you look at the diagram that we have there, the items are your scale, that the latent factor is the depression that you are measuring. So what is a network model? A network model is a model where covariates and outcomes, such as latent factors, which we are talking about here, interact in the network directly or indirectly. So if you look at the diagram that we have there, we have latent factor 1 that we can use to directly determine latent factor 3, or we can use latent factor 1 to determine latent factor 3 indirectly through the latent factor 2. So it's like a network. So what is the advantage of using a latent factor network model? It can help us to investigate complex relationships. It can also help us to manage confounders in our analysis. And it helps us to use correlated covariates without a problem of collinearity. So for the rationale of the study, maternal postpartum depression has been found to affect 19% of women in low and middle income countries. And some of the symptoms of maternal postpartum depression include sadness, loss of pleasure, decrease or increase in appetite, difficulty sleeping, and feeling restless. So in low and middle income countries, maternal postpartum depression has been found to be associated with childhood undernutrition, such as stunting and underweight. So this is the theoretical framework that we use to investigate the determinants of child growth. And these factors were included at the same time in our network model. So we look at how socioeconomic factors associate with infant factors, maternal postpartum depression, and infant growth. In our theoretical framework, we also look at how infant factors associate with maternal postpartum depression and infant growth. Lastly, we look at how maternal postpartum depression associates with infant growth. So for the method, the data we used in this study is from an egg supplementation randomized control trial that we did in Joburg and Klerksdorp. We collected the data last year. We used the Edinburgh postnatal depression scale to assess maternal postpartum depression. So the information for the demographic, socioeconomic, and infant characteristics, we collected them using structured interview. And for the anthropometric measurement, measuring the weight and the length of the babies, we used the baby scale and the length board. So for our results, our analysis was based on 428 mother-infant pairs, 206 boys and 222 girls. The median age of the mothers that we included in the analysis was 27 years, with an interquartile range between 23 to 33 years. 32.7%, which is about a third, of the mothers had education below grade 10. Almost 60% of the mothers were not married or were separated or were widowed. The median EPDS score was 6, with an interquartile range between 3 and 10. 28.5% of the mothers had a total EPDS score greater or equal to 10, and 15.2% of the mothers had an EPDS score greater or equal to 13. So, based on our theoretical framework for our analysis, if you see the diagram that is presented there, the arrows with the black colored are the ones that show significant association, and those with the gray arrows are the ones that did not show any significant association. So for our results, we found that socioeconomic factors are related to infant factors, but not to maternal postpartum depression and infant growth. We also found that infant factors are related to infant growth, but not to maternal postpartum depression. We also found that maternal postpartum depression itself is not related to infant growth. This is a forest plot that we use to determine how these factors associate individually with stunting and underweight. So we have the odds ratio for stunting on the left and the odds ratio for underweight on the right. So from our forest plot, we found that the EPDS score was not associated with infant stunting or underweight. However, we found that low birth weight and prematurity was associated with infant stunting with an odds ratio between 3 to 6 increased risks, and for underweight, the odds ratio is between 4 to 6 increased risks. We also found that girl sex was associated with rates of infant stunting and underweight about 50%. So there's a 50% increased rates of, reduced rates of stunting and underweight for the girls compared to the boys. Lastly, we found that having more than one primary school child in a household and maternal education below grade 10 was associated with 80 to 90% increased risks of underweight and stunting. So in conclusion, maternal postpartum depression does not associate with poor infant physical growth, which is quite unexpected because according to the literature, maternal postpartum depression is associated with poor infant growth. However, we found out that certain household and socioeconomic and infant characteristics are associated with poor infant physical growth. And this might be due to because we included other covariates that might affect childhood stunting and not just the maternal postpartum depression. Thank you.
Hold that. Thank you for that. There's a small window for questions, if there are any. I was quite interested to see that female babies have less risk of stunting. Does this go into adulthood or not? The less risk of being stunted in adulthood. All right, thank you. It doesn't look, I can't see any hands or fingers up for questions. Okay. Thank you very much. And our last speaker is Ms. Kabu. She's talking about vitamin D, anemia, and sunlight exposure with dietary vitamin D intake in children in JB Marks. So you're welcome. stand? There, take it.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm sure we are all tired and ready to go home, so I'll be very brief.
You don't.
My name is Janet Skabu, and I'm a final year PhD student at the Center of Excellence for Nutrition. I present to you the vitamin D and anemia status, sunlight exposure, and dietary vitamin D intake of children in the JB Max municipality. My supervisors are Prof. Robin Dolman MacLeod, Prof. Linda Malan, and Prof. Matani Lombard. So the purpose of this study was to investigate the prevalence of vitamin D deficiency and anemia, as well as investigating the sunlight exposure and vitamin D, dietary vitamin D intake of healthy and undernourished children between the ages of 6 months and 59 months in the JB Max municipality. So this study forms part of my PhD project. So this is a very small part of one of the objectives of my PhD study. Vitamin D deficiency and anemia affects millions of children globally. Globally, vitamin D deficiency is becoming more and more prevalent. And for anemia, we know that for many years now, it's been a public health challenge, especially in pregnant women and children. In African children between the ages of 0 to 8 years, a 23% vitamin D deficiency prevalence has been observed. And then in undernourished children, 31% of vitamin D deficiency has also been reported. When it comes to iron deficiency, a 52% prevalence has been reported in African children, and a much higher prevalence of 58% in undernourished children. So looking at these two nutritional deficiencies, looking at vitamin D and anemia, studies have shown that anemia and vitamin D deficiency are associated, and reports from mechanistic studies have shown that these two nutritional elements play a role. They play a role in the metabolism of each one. So vitamin D plays a role in iron metabolism, whilst iron also plays a role in vitamin D metabolism. So it's not surprising that both deficiencies are associated. Vitamin D primarily, as we know, is obtained from sunlight and also from dietary intake. But there isn't enough data in children, especially here in South Africa. And then there's also limited evidence or limited research that has been done on vitamin D status in undernourished children in South Africa. I think for quite a long time in Africa, we have not thought about vitamin D deficiency as a problem because we think that there is a lot of sunshine, so it isn't much of a problem. So the hypothesis behind this study is that in undernourished children, we know that there is a lot of inflammation, be it a systemic inflammation and intestinal inflammation that compromises the absorption and metabolism of some nutrients, of which iron is part and vitamin D as well. And then also there is compromised immune defense in undernourished children, which leads to repeated or recurring infections, which increases the turnover of these micronutrients. So all these factors put together leads to vitamin D deficiency. So we are proposing or hypothesizing that all these 6% of the children included were from households with monthly income less than 1,000 rands. Comparing the two groups, children in the undernourished group had a higher percentage compared to the healthy group. So 40% of children in the undernourished group were from households with less than 1,000 rand income per month. The average weight was 9 kilograms. Obviously, the undernourished children had a lower weight of 8.57 compared to 11 in the healthy group. In the undernourished group, we observed that 90% were stunted, 44% were underweight, and 12% were wasted. So for those of us working in the primary health care, this is some good information for us that stunting is a huge problem in our communities. The prevalence of vitamin D deficiency, so let me start with the sufficiency. So overall, in both groups, the deficiency compared to the undernourished children. Anemia prevalence. Overall, we observed a 61% anemia prevalence in the children studied. In the undernourished group, 62% were anemic, whilst 57% of the non-undernourished children were anemic. In the undernourished children, we observed that their HB concentration was positively associated with vitamin D status. And we also observed that those who had lower HBs had very low vitamin D levels. The anemic children had lower levels compared to the non-anemic children, as we see in the figures presented. In the anemic children, their average vitamin D concentration was 38 compared to 41.8% in the non-anemic group. And this difference was significant. So, like I mentioned earlier, we looked at the dietary intake of vitamin D foods. So there were various foods that we looked at, and then there were various supplements, nutritional supplements that we also asked questions about. So the intake of vitamin D supplement, which was in the form of cod liver oil, was positively associated with vitamin D levels. We observed that the vitamin D levels of children who were receiving vitamin D supplements had higher vitamin D levels compared to those who were not. And then the reported intake of infant formula was also associated with vitamin D status, with those receiving infant formula having higher vitamin D levels compared to those who were not. So in terms of the real food, we looked at foods that contained vitamin D, the intake of foods that contained vitamin D, like eggs, fish, fortified milk. And then we observed that majority of the children consumed eggs less frequently, with 26% consuming eggs about 2 to 3 times in a week, and then 23% consuming eggs 2 to 3 times in a week, and then 26% not consuming eggs at all. Then when it comes to fish intake, we observed that only 16% consumed fish once a month. We didn't take account of the quantities of the food that was eaten. We only looked at the frequency. So we can't really say the quantities that were given to the children, just the frequency that they reported. So the reported frequency of fish correlated negatively with vitamin D levels, which is quite strange, looking at what is in literature. And then, like I said before, we can't really put a finger on why, but we didn't take any information on the quantity. A mother would say, I give my child fish, but it may be really, really small. Egg intake also did not correlate with vitamin D levels. And then exposure to sunlight also did not differ between both groups. Their level of the weekly sunshine exposure score was similar between both groups. And then weekly sunlight exposure also did not correlate with vitamin D levels. Also strange. In conclusion, what we found is that anemia is very common amongst children less than 5 years in the JP Max municipality. And then vitamin D insufficiency is also present, both in healthy children and undernourished children. And then the reported intake of foods that are rich in vitamin D, such as eggs and fish, was not positively associated with vitamin D levels. And only supplemental intake in the form of vitamin D supplements like cod liver oil and infant formula showed an association between vitamin D levels. In agreement with other studies that have been done previously, children with dark skin usually would not, there isn't much response to sunlight exposure, or there isn't much association between sunlight exposure and vitamin D levels in dark-skinned children. Some studies have seen that there isn't even seasonal variations. There isn't much seasonal variations in vitamin D levels in dark-skinned children. Yes, so this is what we found, and thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, and thank you for recovering once the lights came on. Are there any questions? There's obviously complex metabolic stories behind these results, and very interesting findings. There's a question at the back.
Yes, thank you very much for the study. In the study, I'm not sure the association of vitamin D and anemia. Was it also the physical defect observed in those cases where you can determine that it is due to vitamin D deficiency? And the second question is on, both vitamin D and iron. One can say it is the egg and the chicken. What came first? Was it anemia first or vitamin D deficiency first? Because in their complementation, if you have vitamin D deficiency, one might say there could be less absorption of iron. So what comes first between vitamin D and iron?
Okay, I'll answer your second question first. So we do not know if it's a vitamin C that leads to the vitamin D deficiency. So from literature, iron deficiency can lead to vitamin D deficiency because iron plays a big role in the enzymes that are involved in vitamin D metabolism. So if a child or if a person has low iron levels, then the metabolism of vitamin D would be impaired. And then, so in this way, low iron can lead to vitamin D deficiency. Now the other way around. If vitamin D is low, it can also lead to iron deficiency. So studies have shown that vitamin D plays a role in inflammation resolution. It helps in bringing down inflammatory cytokines and the like. So if vitamin D is low, then there is the higher chance of having more inflammation. And then we know that in the presence of inflammation, iron levels decrease. Iron metabolism is dysregulated. So for now, we don't know. We know that they are associated with each other because each one plays a role in the other. So I don't know which one comes first.
So the chicken and the egg story persists. Thank you very much. And sorry to have disturbed your presentation with the power outage, but you managed to finish strongly. So, colleagues, we've come to an end of a very interesting and valuable day. It remains for me to thank a number of people. I'd like to thank our Dean, Prof. Kotza, and the rest of the panel this morning that joined him, Prof. Binu Luke, Prof. Abraham Variava, Ms. Pumla Sodo, and Ms. Tanya Nielsen. For the plenary they started, Prof. Claire van Deventer, at distance, she gave input as one of the first family physicians in Dr. Kenneth Kaunda and instrumental in establishing the research days. This event just didn't happen overnight. The family medicine team, Dr. Leon Cachet and Dr. Das, I think, played a pivotal role in getting us all here together. There are a number of sponsors that have assisted us. There they are, Aurum, the Perinatal HIV Research Unit, and the Northwest University. The presenters that all presented, I think there's a very high standard of presentation. When I think back on the earlier research days, the standard of the presentations were good. We've had very good exhibitions down below, and that all took effort and all well appreciated. Of course, those who presented, we were watching you, and I think those that we were watching might have left in the dark. They might have taken that opportunity. But in the first session, it was agreed that the best presenter was Dr. Staats. I haven't got the title of his presentation in front of me. In the second presentation, Dr. Matlabu, and in the last presentation, Dr. Shopu was agreed as gave the best presentations. So well done to those. And if I look at the crowd we've got here, someone said in Dr. Kenneth Kaunda, there's how many staff? 600 staff in Kenneth Kaunda district? And how many staff within the Faculty of Health Sciences? And this is a research day, and it's the core business of the university to do this work. And I would think that it would be interesting to the district to pick up on what's happening in the district so that they can adapt. So it's like the dominee talking to those people who are not in his church on the day. Somehow we've got to re-energize these research days. And I think it's after COVID, people take a little bit of time getting back into face-to-face encounters, coming back to the office with something, and appreciating the importance of networking during these research days. Who do you meet? What context do you make? And I hope there's one other district family physician I see here from, there's two. There's from Dr. RSM, NMM district, the family physicians, Bojanala family physicians, not many, but I hope that the province can pick up these research days, have one in each district, and grow that potential. Because in the university, you can see this is what we do, research and knowledge generation. What we're not really good is at providing the service support, which is necessary to enable all these things to happen. So we need to help you more to do this research, to find your solutions to the issues that you find in your own environment. And the last bit of thanks is to Prof. Bester and the author team for facilitating this day. I think with the choir lifting us in the morning right till now, and she went out, you saw she went out and she started the generator, so she kept us going right until the end. I'd just like to thank Dr. Das and Dr. Karine Leon Cachet with a small token of appreciation. If they come down, you too, please come. For getting today to happen. And I think it's a start, and you really must encourage the other districts to follow your example. So we look forward to next year, and hopefully we'll have 4 district research days and 1 provincial research day, and that can tie up with the university. So, Dr. Das, thank you.
Thank you very much.
And
I just want to say thank you to Prof. Andrew. Yes, he's always there for us, so nobody thanked him, so there you are.
Thank you. It's a pleasure. No, Dr. Cachet got hold of me, it must have been in February, and she said, on the 2nd of November, there's a research day, are you going to come? Are you going to, and so she's been working on it for months and months and months. So it didn't happen overnight. So thank you all so much for being here, your attendance. I hope you enjoyed and learned something. And please, I think it's peer pressure. Speak to your colleagues and say, hey, you missed out. Come and support these research days. Thank you very much. Safe home, and we look forward to the next one.